Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, in these challenging days, our hearts are steadfast toward you. Empower our lawmakers to grasp your firm hand, depending on you to lead them through the darkness to the light. Lord, lead them safely to the fortress of your choosing, for you desire to give them a future and a hope. Provide our senators with the power to do your will, as they more fully realize that they are servants of heaven and stewards of your gifts. May they make integrity the litmus test by which they evaluate each action as you keep them from deviating from your chosen path. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ready? The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., August 4, 2021. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Ben Ray Lujan, a senator from the state of New Mexico, to perform the duties of the chair. St. Patrick J. Leahy, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 3684, which the clerk will report.
H.R. 3684, calendar number 100, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent. No. Okay. I ask unanimous consent that following Senator Kelly's maiden speech, that Senators Johnson, Peters, and Carper be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes each prior to the start of the vote.
Is there objection? Without objection.
For the information of Senators, the vote scheduled for 12:15 will likely begin closer to 12:30 p.m. Now, Mr. President, for my remarks. As you have seen, as America has seen, the Senate is moving full steam ahead on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Since the legislative text of the bill was finalized, the Senate has considered 8 amendments. 5 amendments were led by senators from the Republican minority. 7 amendments have received roll call votes. 1 amendment, offered by the uncommon pairing of Senators Warnock and Cruz, was adopted yesterday by voice vote. Miracles happen even here in the Senate, Mr. President. So the Senate's making great progress on amendments, and we're going to make further progress very soon. While a specific number of additional amendments has yet to be agreed to, I believe we can consider another substantial tranche on the floor today. Senators should expect multiple roll call votes this afternoon. On evictions, yesterday afternoon, millions of American families were able to breathe a sigh of relief as the Biden administration announced an extension of the eviction moratorium that expired last month. According to the CDC, the new ban on evictions will apply for 60 days across regions of the country that are experiencing high levels of COVID infections. In total, roughly 90% of American renters, 90%, will be protected by this order. That is what the head of the CDC told me yesterday. There are so many individuals who helped make this happen. First, I applaud the President, President Biden, and the CDC for taking action to protect American families. I want to commend Speaker Pelosi. She and I worked closely together to get this done, from our first conversations with the President in the White House on Thursday on through the weekend and the beginning of this week. But I also want to recognize the amazing courage of my colleagues, including Representatives Ocasio-Cortez, Jones, and Gomez, and above all, Representative Cori Bush. Congresswoman Bush knows what it's like to be evicted. She knows the pain and fear and indignity of being told to get your things and to get out. When you lose your home, you lose everything. Hard to get to a job if you have it. What do the kids do about school? What if there's a local clinic taking care of somebody with a health care problem? You lose your home and that's it. The roof literally and figuratively falls in. Well, Congresswoman Bush has known this through her own experience, and she took her passion and converted it into effective action. A salute to her. It's a moment of history that shows when you persist, you can get things done. For 4 nights, she slept on the steps of the Capitol, drawing attention to this issue in a way we rarely see from a member of Congress. She made yesterday's announcement possible. So, amazing credit lies with Congresswoman Bush and the Americans who joined her in her righteous cause. And, of course, I want to give real credit as well to Senator Brown, our chairman of the Banking Committee, who worked hard on this issue, along with Senator Warren and many others in the Senate. Now, while yesterday's announcement by the CDC was very welcome, it's only the first step. In the weeks ahead, the administration must continue working with state governments to better distribute emergency rental assistance that Congress has appropriated at the end of the last year. The money is there. We in Congress provided it. I want to call out my state of New York, which has done a poor job at distributing this money. 2 weeks ago, along with housing advocates, I called on the state to move things more quickly. A week before that, New York State, along with South Carolina, were the only 2 states that had sent out no dollars. No dollars. Some of our localities that didn't cede the money to the state have done a better job, like Monroe County, where Rochester is, but too much of the money is just sitting up there in Albany. So we need Mike Hine, who's head of the relevant administrative department in the state, and all of the state to get that money out fast. An evictions ban is a good thing. It prevents people from being kicked out of their homes. But once the eviction ban ends, if there's not rental assistance, we're back in the same boat. So we need the states to get that money out. State governments, my state of New York, must do a better job of getting that support out the door into the hands of Americans who need help. And one other thing, there is not Treasury bureaucracy in the way. States like Texas, like Monroe County, have been able to get out a lot of the money. It's the fault lies in the state governments that are not doing this, and they got to move. Now, on another matter, AUMF. Today, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will vote on the repeal of the authorization for the use of military force in Iraq. This authorization was initially passed by Congress in 2002, 19 years ago. It's far outlived its usefulness. The Iraq War has been over for nearly a decade. An authorization passed in 2002 is no longer necessary in 2021. It's been nearly 10 years since this particular authorization has been cited as a primary justification for a military operation, and there's a real danger to letting these legal authorities persist indefinitely. Allowing an authorization for military force to just lie around forever is an invitation to a future administration to use it for any military adventurism in the region. Americans, frankly, are sick of endless wars in the Middle East. Congress simply has to exert more authority over matters of war and peace, as we all know the Constitution prescribes. So this morning, I reiterate my strong support for the repeal of the 2002 authorization of military force in Iraq. I urge the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, under the able leadership of Chairman Menendez, to advance the measure to the floor. And I want to thank Chairman Menendez, Senator Kaine, and every Republican co-sponsor of the bill for working to bring this issue to the fore. As Majority Leader and in consultation with Chairman Menendez, I intend to bring up a repeal for a vote on the Senate floor later this year. Members should be on notice. We're going to vote on this. Now, finally, judicial nominations. One of our most important jobs here in the Senate is to confirm President Biden's judicial appointments. The Democratic majority in the Senate is committed to swiftly and consistently filling judicial vacancies with highly qualified, ideologically mainstream, and professionally and demographically diverse jurists. Later this week, the Senate will have the opportunity to confirm another judge who meets all three of these criteria. Last night, I filed cloture on the nomination of Eunice Lee to serve on the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Since the Second Circuit covers my home state of New York, and it's one of the most important federal courts in the country, it was my honor to have recommended Ms. Lee to the White House for an appointment. She will be the Fourth Circuit judge confirmed in the first 7 months of the Biden administration. Eunice Lee is not only an excellent lawyer with sound judgment and a jurist temperament, but she brings the kind of legal experience that is all too rare on the federal bench. Ms. Lee spent her entire career in public service representing criminal defendants who could not afford counsel. Once confirmed, she'll be the only former federal defender among the active judges on the Second Circuit. When I met her, I saw what a caring, compassionate, thoughtful woman she was. And I was so glad to recommend her to the White House, who quickly agreed and has sent her name forward. Perhaps the highest compliment paid to Ms. Lee came from a group of over 70 former new federal prosecutors from New York. These are the folks who most often found themselves on the opposite side of Ms. Lee in a courtroom. They called her a brilliant, accomplished advocate who is supremely well qualified to serve on the bench. She's a model. She's a model in diversity. We don't have very many people of color on our Second Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm trying to increase that with the nomination of Ms. Lee, Ms. Perez as well. She is from a diverse, not only is she from a diverse background demographically, but she's diverse professionally. To have someone who had been a federal defender up there on the Second Circuit will really expand the breadth and width and depth of knowledge that bench has. So I'm proud to have nominated her and look forward to confirming, or proud to have recommended her, and I'm looking forward to confirming this nominee later this week. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. And note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings of the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
This morning, the Appropriations Committee considered a first partial batch of government funding bills for next year. I want the Senate to secure bipartisan appropriations through the regular process. I want us to fund the government in an orderly fashion, just like the successful Appropriations Committee work we saw throughout Republicans' recent years in the majority. We accomplished that because we built a truly bipartisan process. Importantly, it began at the beginning. Early in the calendar year, we convened bipartisan talks to produce top-line numbers so the appropriators would have actual targets. That led good faith bipartisan conversations happen at the subcommittee and committee levels throughout the spring and summer. And we got results on a bipartisan basis. Unfortunately, this year, our Democratic colleagues haven't done anything like that. Either our colleagues don't have any big picture plan, or they're privately working off the president's partisan budget request. There's been no big picture bipartisan conversation. Democrats didn't even let the committee vote on top line allocations, which normally happens at the start of a markup. Our colleagues' fixation on far left shiny objects is distracting them from basic governance. They're more focused on ramming through another reckless inflationary taxing and spending spree than ensuring we avoid a stalemate over government funding. Now look, I understand and I appreciate that senators on both sides have worked hard to develop appropriation titles with a lot of good content. The problem is bigger picture. When it comes to floor consideration, we cannot and will not start planting individual trees before we have bipartisan consensus on the shape of the forest. Here's what it will take to get a Senate appropriations process back on track. Two simple things. Number one, Democrats will need to honor the longstanding bipartisan truce that provides parity for defense and non-defense spending growth. Parity for defense and non-defense spending growth. And at a responsible overall number that we can all accept. Our men and women in uniform and the nation they defend deserve better than a budget that cuts our national defense after inflation and allows adversaries to get an edge. And number two, we must have agreement that we're going to keep longstanding bipartisan policy riders in and new poison pill riders out. We need to keep foundational mainstays like the Hyde Amendment right where they are, and neither side should throw new wrenches into the process. Parity for national and border security and a bipartisan deal on policy riders. This is not rocket science. It's a roadmap. We all know it very, very well. That's what it will take to move bipartisan appropriation bills across this floor. But the majority is behind on the homework. Now, Mr. President, on a totally different matter, in April, when President Biden announced his intention to pull U.S. forces out of Afghanistan, he said it was, quote, time to end the forever wars. Time to end the forever wars, said President Biden. But at every stage of the rushed and rudderless retreat that has followed, the Biden administration's wishful thinking hasn't come within a country mile of reality. By any account, the situation in Afghanistan has become worse as we have headed to the exits, and we will live with the security, humanitarian, and moral consequences for years to come. And this whole debacle was not only foreseeable, it was in fact foreseen. Remember what top national security experts were saying around the time the president announced his decisions. Quote, the Taliban is likely to make gains on the battlefield, and the Afghan government will struggle to hold the Taliban at bay if the coalition withdraws support. Administration officials shrugged it off. They downplayed the chances that Afghanistan's pro-American government would fall to the pro-terrorist Taliban. But now that outcome appears all but inevitable. The administration literally glossed over the risk of an al-Qaeda resurgence. But now, Secretary Austin is acknowledging al-Qaeda could reestablish a safe haven and threaten the homeland in less than 2 years. That's the Secretary of Defense. And even that could be optimistic. They insisted that over-the-horizon operations would be enough to keep terrorists in check. But now, just as the CIA director warned from the start, intelligence gathering is already suffering. The administration claimed that resources tied up in the fight against terrorists were more urgently needed to counter Chinese aggression. But now, the manpower demands of this over-the-horizon approach have required redeployment of forces to the Middle East and pulled an entire carrier group away from China's backyard so it can conduct costlier, less efficient, long-range missions over Afghanistan from the Gulf. Much of the rhetoric from the President's team has sounded almost laughingly naive. The Secretary of State has publicly suggested he thinks he can bribe the Taliban into being a responsible, peaceful regime with diplomatic carrots. So that's where we are. In 6 months, this administration has taken us from helping local partners fight the Taliban to abandoning our partners and pretending that a future Taliban government will care about foreign assistance and being accepted by the so-called international community. The Taliban have already begun paving their way to Kabul with innocent blood. Al-Qaeda is already rebuilding capabilities to strike at our homeland. So, Mr. President, what on earth are we doing here? What are we doing? Surely the administration would not consider the fall of Kabul a success. Surely it will not look at the fate awaiting Afghan women and girls and say, mission accomplished. Surely a terrorist resurgence or the assassination of our Afghan partners cannot look to President Biden's team like a, quote, deliberate or responsible exit from Afghanistan. But these are the predictable results of these terrible decisions. The consequences of making enormous changes with no real plan to mitigate the risk, the failure to learn from similar mistakes like the disastrous withdrawal from Iraq back in 2011. Here in the Senate, it is curious to see that some of our colleagues who are the most exercised about trying to undo authorizations for the use of military force are somehow also among the quietest when it comes to the unfolding disaster in Afghanistan and oversight of ongoing conflicts. Make no mistake, whether America is on the ground or over the horizon, the war in Afghanistan will continue. And Americans will not be safer with the Taliban ruling from Kabul. We will not be safer when al-Qaeda regains a safe haven and inspires a new generation of global jihadists. And we won't be safer when coalition partners doubt they can trust our word. A strategic disaster is what we're witnessing from top to bottom, and a growing risk that this war will end in a victory for the Taliban and al-Qaeda, and become a greater threat to the United States.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Republican Whip.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
We are.
I would ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, around here, it's members of Congress who typically get the spotlight. When we talk about a bill getting passed, for example, you usually hear about the members who introduced and pushed for the bill. You don't usually hear about the staffers. But, Mr. President, none of us in Congress works alone. We are supported by dedicated staffers who spend long days and oftentimes nights and weekends working to serve our constituents and our country. Today I want to talk about one of those staffers, my whip office chief of staff, who is leaving the Hill after 26 years of government service. Nick Rossi has been with me since 2013 when I became the ranking member of the Commerce Committee. He came on as Deputy Staff Director and took over as Staff Director 2 years later. There isn't one thing that we did in my years as Commerce ranking member and chair that wasn't at least partially owing to Nick Rossi. The 2018 FAA reauthorization, the FAST Act, Coast Guard legislation, FCC bills, broadband legislation, spectrum legislation, Section 230 reform legislation known as SESTA or FOSTA, legislation to reduce the number of annoying robocalls, other consumer protection legislation like the FTC Consumer Fairness Review Act, legislation to advance 5G, and, Mr. President, the list goes on. Nick came to my staff after an already illustrious career on the Hill. He had served as chief counsel at the Senate Judiciary Committee, as chief counsel and chief investigator on the Commerce Committee, and as staff director on the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. But his career in government started much earlier. He actually started his government service in the FBI, applying on a whim when he couldn't join the U.S. Attorney's Office because of a hiring freeze. As is typical for Nick, he graduated first in his class at the FBI Academy and then went on to spend 11 years in the FBI as a special agent, a supervisory special agent, unit chief, associate legal counsel, and media spokesperson. That sounds like a lot for 11 years, but not so much when you know Nick. I mentioned that he graduated first in his class at the FBI Academy. He also graduated with honors from Notre Dame and from Harvard Law School, where he was in the Drama Society with our colleague Ted Cruz. I don't think I've ever asked Nick about any issue and gotten anything less than a thoroughly informed answer, whether the subject was technically in his area of expertise or not. I'll never forget when he accompanied me and former Senator Bill Nelson to the Sanford Underground Research Facility in Leeds, South Dakota. This is a lab where scientists are conducting research in particle physics and the expansion of the universe. So it's pretty complicated stuff. Well, apparently not to Nick. He was in the car with us and he was throwing out technical formulas and the finer points of physics and cosmology with the ease he might use when discussing the lunch menu in the Dirksen cafeteria. When asked how he knew all this stuff, he definitely didn't major in physics and space wasn't his issue area. He just said it was a hobby. Trust Nick to be flirting with particle physics as a hobby. But, Mr. President, while Nick may often be the smartest person in the room, he's also the most humble. He's often the last to speak. He listens. He asks questions, sometimes maybe when he doesn't really need to. And he gives thoughtful, wise counsel. It's been clear over the last few days as staffers across the Senate learned that Nick was leaving just how respected his voice is in the Senate. I've had more than one committee staff director talk to me about how he or she learned to run a committee from Nick. And I know a lot of senior staffers inside my office, but outside of it as well, who will tell you that when they're facing a challenge, the first person that they go to provide a sounding board is Nick. And Nick always makes himself available. He is uniformly generous with his time and knowledge, and he treats everyone the same, whether the individual in question is a staff assistant or a chief of staff. He's brought out the best in every team I've seen him work with, whether at the Commerce Committee or in the whip office. Mr. President, Nick has been chief of staff in my whip office for 2 years, 2 very eventful years. Through it all, Nick has been a steady presence in the whip office and in the Senate. No matter the crisis, Nick is calm and collected, and he inspires that calm in others. Although I do hear that it's a different story when he's watching Notre Dame football. The word is that there's a lot of ranting, pacing, and yelling at the TV, but I've not observed that, Mr. President. Above all, Nick is a character guy, which matters a lot to me. He's a man of honor and integrity and principle. I've never have to worry that Nick is going to cut corners or bend the rules. He's always going to do things the right way. And there's nothing more important than that. Mr. President, I can't talk about Nick without also mentioning his commitment to his family. His pride in his kids always shines through. And just as he's never too busy to talk to a staffer who's having a problem, he's always ready to take a break from his work to help his daughter Lena with her math homework, another subject Nick didn't major in but is, of course, really good at, or to build swords and helmets and bows and arrows with his son Johnny. I'm very grateful to his wife Catherine and to Elena and Johnny for sharing him with us for all these years. And I'm very happy that there are fewer late nights in his future so that he can get in some more time with his family. Mr. President, I realize that Nick may be starting to sound a little superhuman here, so let me just say that while he is a man of many talents who has not only successfully repaired the family's microwave and dishwasher, but is also known for building a balloon arch in the shape of a shark for his kids' school, I am reliably informed that he is not a good cook. And I'm pretty sure that "not" was bold and underlined. But seriously, Mr. President, Nick is one in a million. And it's been my privilege to have him lead the team in the whip office. His absence will be sorely felt by me, by my staff, and throughout Capitol Hill. And I hope he won't mind the occasional phone call to pick his brain on some of the issues that are facing the Senate. Nick, thank you for your service, and God bless you in all your future undertakings. Wherever you land next, they will be lucky to have you. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Senator from Utah.
I ask consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, infrastructure is the physical backbone of our country, and it's an example of positive, constructive American achievement and accomplishment. Unfortunately, this particular bill, in its process, content, price tag, and long-term effects, simply will not serve the country, Americans, and particularly Utahns well. It will ultimately be detrimental to our economy, to the daily lives of the American people, and even, in some cases, to infrastructure itself. Now, I'm not saying that I don't appreciate the hard work, goodwill, and excellent intentions of my colleagues who have put many long hours, weeks, and months into crafting it. Nor am I suggesting that there aren't good things in the bill, good things that would benefit deserving people in this country. As I've said before, the question is not whether or not infrastructure is a good and a necessary thing, nor is the question whether the bill contains some good things. The question is rather, how much should the federal government be involved in infrastructure? And if it should, where it should, how much should it be spending on it? The truth is, the particulars of this bill take the scope far beyond what should be under the realm of the federal government, under the domain of the federal government specifically, at a price far beyond what we can afford, at a time when we're already far into feeling the sting of inflation. Now, there is a reason that our founding fathers reserved numerous and indefinite powers for the states, while providing few and defined powers to the federal government. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution literally lists the particular powers given to Congress. It tells us what they are. And you'll notice that infrastructure generally is not one of them. Now, in some cases, it does make sense that the federal government is involved in some infrastructure. The interstate highway system is a good example of that. Postal roads, also specifically accounted for in Article 1, Section 8, are another example of that. This bill, however, includes things like bike paths and beautification projects, mass transit systems, surface roads, roads that start and stop in one state and are not part of the interstate highway system, things that, while good and lovely and useful, are a far cry from what the federal government can and should reasonably and can successfully oversee. What's more, it does so at an enormous price tag, one that will dig us even deeper and deeper into debt at the expense of the American people, both now and further down the road. Now, proponents of the bill insist, and will continue to insist as we debate this, that the bill is paid for. But in fact, despite the staggeringly large amount of money that it spends, estimated to be $1.2 trillion in total, the largest amount for a package of this kind in history, by far, it still does not have a score from the Congressional Budget Office. Normally, we don't vote on, much less pass something like this without a CBO score. We don't have one. And I regret to say that many of the so-called pay-fors amount to flimsy budget gimmicks that, in reality, do no such thing as pay for the bill. So what are these so-called pay-fors? Well, let's take the new reporting requirements on cryptocurrency, for example, which would allegedly bring in $28 billion. Everything about this pay-for is half-baked and unclear. How exactly will additional revenue reporting generate new tax revenue? And how can you possibly apply stock exchange-style reporting requirements to something so different and so decentralized as Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and other blockchain-based cryptocurrencies? At best, this revenue gimmick will fail. At worst, it will hamper financial innovation for decades to come. Or the mandated sales of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which the bill sponsors claim will produce $6 billion in revenue starting 7 years from now. But do we realistically know what the demand for oil might be at that time? Or what could happen in the meantime when we might need to use oil in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Or what happens when we get 5 years down the road and Congress determines that we should hold on to the oil a bit longer until we might be able to generate more revenue from the sale? Or what if even more of these sales are congressionally mandated in these years, essentially flooding the market and causing the price of that same oil to crash? Or take the pension smoothing component of the bill, which would only cause us to lose more money in the long term and simultaneously threaten the solvency of retirement benefits, the retirement benefits of millions and millions of American workers. Or the rebate rule delay, which so far has never and may never go into effect. Delaying something that has no set time for implementation cannot realistically be predicted to produce $49 billion in savings, or the $20 billion in future spectrum auctions. While spectrum auctions can certainly produce a great deal of revenue, this possible future auction may end up never happening. It could have significant restrictions on it due to the dynamics of adjacent bands, or it could simply produce far less than we are being asked to assume today. Finally, take the claim of $205 billion in unused COVID funds. Upon further investigation, it includes only roughly $50.2 billion of unused COVID funds as a real pay-for. The other $150 billion is simply spending that didn't happen because the country began to emerge from the pandemic. Many states ended the enhanced unemployment benefits that were keeping more people out of work, and other states, local communities, businesses, and families didn't require as much federal spending thanks to their own successes and their own resiliency. In other words, this other $150 billion is not a pay-for. It's fake. It's simply spending or lost revenue that was never realized. And whether this bill passes or not, this $150 billion will never be realized. No, Mr. President, the numbers for these pay-fors do not add up. The math for this bill is faulty, to say the least. What's more, much of the massive amount that it will be spending will not even be efficient or effective spending on infrastructure. Even if this were the role of the federal government, then we ought to make sure that it spends those funds efficiently and effectively. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that along with federal dollars come a whole host of Byzantine laws and regulations that prevent precisely that, including restrictions imposed by everything from NEPA to the Davis-Bacon Act. The Davis-Bacon Act artificially inflates labor prices by requiring that all federally funded construction projects worth more than $2,000 pay workers at least the prevailing wage rate on non-federal projects in the same locality. And it has substantially driven up the cost of federal projects, hindered economic growth, wasted taxpayer dollars, and hurt unskilled laborers each year. In fact, it's estimated that repealing it would save taxpayers $10.7 billion over 10 years. NEPA has imposed similar burdens and costs. Signed into law in 1970, it was intended to account for the environmental consequences of proposed federal actions or projects. But over the last 50 years, it has substantially deviated from its original purpose, morphing into a complex bureaucratic labyrinth, stalling projects through frivolous lawsuits and bureaucratic delays, and dramatically increasing the cost and timeline of their completion. Sometimes, Mr. President, this law stretches projects that should take a couple of years to complete into decades. At the very least, we ought to reform these costly, ineffective regulations and do so drastically so that federal infrastructure can be completed better and faster, which is exactly what I proposed in the amendment I put before this body yesterday. But this bill, in its current form, is ultimately not good for Utahns, and it's not good for the American people. Dragging more federal money into infrastructure, unfortunately, means we'll pay more to build less. We'll be paying more to build less. It means less money going to steel and concrete in the ground and a whole lot more going to lawyers, accountants, lobbyists, compliance specialists, and bureaucratic delays. It means longer and more expensive projects. Now, this varies state by state, but in Utah, it's estimated that adding federal dollars to a project increases the overall cost by 20%, sometimes as much as 40%. Not only will it mean more expensive projects, but more expensive projects too. Another provision in this bill would impose new fees on dozens of chemicals used in countless products and consumer goods in our day-to-day lives. Chemicals found in concrete, wood, plastics, rubber, dyes, detergents, drugs, and pesticides for food, just to name a few. So every time you buy one of those products, or almost any product for that matter, you'll be paying a little bit for this. Only it's not a tax, it's a fee, and it's hidden from your view. So the consumer, the poor and middle class taxpayer, doesn't see a tax increase, they just see that they're paying even more for everything that they buy. And another provision would extend Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac's G fees for an entire decade. These fees could add thousands of dollars to the mortgages of home buyers at a time when that first home is already increasingly out of reach for many. Utahns can't afford this. Congress is supposed to be addressing problems like these, not making them worse with sneaky new fees. Mr. President, this comes at a time when Americans are already feeling the sharp sting of snowballing inflation. Now, this graph highlights some of the problem. It highlights what the American people have felt over the last 12 to 18 months. You'll notice a curve sloping sharply upward. Today, inflation is at 5.4%, which means, on average, the goods you buy today are 5.4% more expensive, and the savings you have responsibly accrued are actually worth less. And don't forget, the federal government's reckless spending has exacerbated this trend. Look at how the red has grown. See, what we see here, the red that you see in this chart, these are deficits. Look at how it's grown. The red portion of the graph is deficit spending. And while we surely needed to spend some additional money during the COVID pandemic, did we really need to spend this much more? To the point where we were borrowing a lot more than we were taking in. You know, Mr. President, we borrowed close to $4 trillion last year. And even if you think that we did need to spend this much more, wouldn't we try to get our country back on track and to discontinue this unfunded spending spree that contributes to runaway inflation? Look, from gas to groceries, from homes to health care, every day it's getting harder for hardworking Americans to afford the basic necessities of day-to-day life. Take just a quick look here at everyday items. These are not luxury items that we associate with the elite. These are things that ordinary people purchase every day. Compared to the period of time before the pandemic, not so very long ago, just 16 months ago, eggs are now 13% more expensive. Milk is 11.3% more expensive. Chicken breast, 11.3% more expensive. Bread is 9.4% more expensive. And gas is more than 27.5% more expensive. The fact is, Mr. President, that packages like this one are not without their effects on the people we've taken an oath to represent. At the end of the day, it is the American people whose tax dollars we take to pay for packages like this. At the end of the day, it is the American people who will bear the brunt of the debt we're forcing on them. At the end of the day, it is the American people who will feel the effects in every aspect of their daily lives, in their workplaces, their communities, and their families. And they should get a say in it. They certainly shouldn't have to sign on to something that was made known to the American people at 10 p.m. on Sunday night. Those who drafted this legislation had 4 months to review it, 4 months to get to know it. The American people shouldn't be asked to pass this in 4 days. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. Wicker, number 2146. Kennedy, number 2210. And further, that upon disposition of the Johnson Amendment, the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed. With no amendments in order to the amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. With 60 affirmative votes required for adoption of the Kennedy Amendment. With 5 minutes for debate for Senator Wicker and 2 minutes for debate for the opponents before the Wicker vote, and 4 minutes for debate equally divided before the Kennedy vote.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the amendments by number.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Wicker, proposes an amendment number 2146 to amendment number 2137. The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 2210 to amendment number 2137.
Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today because I note that the Democrats being so eager to move to their reckless tax and spending spree. And it is something, Mr. President, I just have to tell you, I absolutely oppose. If we pass a bill of that magnitude, the American people will pay more in taxes, will pay more in the cost of living. It will continue to impact the American people in a very negative way. Right now, the Senate is debating a separate bill, an infrastructure bill, and in fact, the bills are not completely separate. Be nice if they were, but they're not. And the reason they're not separate, Mr. President, is because Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, has made it abundantly clear that any bipartisan infrastructure bill that is passed here in this Senate won't see the light of day in the House of Representatives unless and until, as she has said, the Senate also sends her a multi-trillion-dollar reckless tax and spending bill. According to one nonpartisan group, that bill could cost up to $5.5 trillion over the next 10 years. Now, Nancy Pelosi has said time and time again, there will not be 1 penny for roads, not 1 penny for bridges, not 1 penny for airports or ports until she gets the reckless tax and spending bill that she is demanding. It wasn't a negotiation, it was a hijacking. And Nancy Pelosi isn't just a hijacker, she is also an arsonist. What she is proposing is going to pour jet fuel on the fire of inflation that is currently ravaging the country. The flame was lit months ago when Democrats borrowed $2 trillion under the name of COVID relief. But just look at the economic projections before the bill became law. Some people failed to predict the inflation. The Federal Reserve failed to predict it. White House Budget Office said, oh, no, we won't get inflation. Congressional Budget Office said no. There were Democrat economists, though, that warned that it would happen, and Republicans pointed out clearly it was going to happen, and that's what has happened now. Democrats refused to listen. They borrowed and spent $2 trillion additional dollars, and inflation has gone up every month since. Core inflation is now the fastest and highest it's been in 40 years. Who are the victims of this? Well, there are people that are on fixed incomes. They're seniors. There are people working families trying to get by. Now it costs $25 more every time you fill up your vehicle with gasoline. Fill up a truck in Wyoming, it could be even more than that compared to the fill-ups of Inauguration Day. Go to the grocery store, now about $25 more for the weekly trip to the grocery store. So you're talking $25 extra a week in gas, $25 extra a week in groceries, $50 extra a week, $2,500 annually for a hardworking family in America because of what inflation Joe Biden and the Democrats have brought upon us. And of course, this kind of inflation slows our economic recovery. Just found out last week that economic growth is significantly below what economists had predicted it should be at this point. It does seem that Democrats still haven't learned basic economics. Now they want to make the same mistake all over again, even at a higher level. They want to borrow and spend trillions more. Last week we found out that the previous Democrat bill gave $800 million to prisoners behind bars. Now, Tom Cotton and I came to this floor. We tried to stop the Democrats from giving our taxpayer dollars to prisoners currently behind bars. Specifically warned it would happen as stimulus checks were sent out around the country. We tried to stop this as part of the Democrat spending yield, but all 50 Democrats, every one of them, supported direct checks to prisoners behind bars. The senior senator from Illinois came to the floor and gave a speech defending it. He implied it would be racist not to give free money to people behind bars. Every one of the 50 Democrats put $800 million of American taxpayer dollars on the credit card and sent checks to prisoners behind bars. This means more debt, more inflation for law-abiding citizens in exchange for money for criminals. It tells the American people that all we need to know about the priorities of the Democrat Party. Now Democrats want another round of payoffs. This payoff is even more expensive than the last one. Democrats are promising payoffs to all their favorite groups: climate activists, left-wing professors, trial lawyers, union bosses. This bill, this reckless tax and spending bill, includes one liberal priority after another. And even as we face the worst border crisis in the last 2 decades, Democrats are now promising amnesty and citizenship and voting rights for millions of illegal immigrants. Once they get amnesty, then they can get all the other Democrat payoffs as well. This is going to lead to an additional tidal wave of illegal immigration. And all of this has a price tag, and someone has to pay. Democrats do not tell nice stories, Republicans do the math. This bill is so expensive that Democrats will have to go after every working family in America in order to pay for it. One way or another, every working American will end up paying for this. There's not some rich person who's going to be able to pay for all of this. There aren't enough rich people on earth to pay for this level of spending. Democrats are going to go after the majority of the people in this country, and of course that is the middle class. That's exactly what they intend to do with this bill, because this bill is going to raise taxes on family farms and ranches. According to the accounting firm Ernst & Young, this bill, this spending bill that Nancy Pelosi is demanding go to the Senate, from the Senate to the House before any infrastructure bill is passed, that it would eliminate 80,000 jobs over 10 years. The bill would raise taxes on small businesses, which are already struggling to stay open because of the Democrat policies. Anyone who sells their home will pay thousands and thousands more in taxes. Now, this is also going to include a carbon import tax, which will drive up prices even higher. The bill would be a socialist takeover of our economy: more taxes, more spending, more debt, more government, eating into people's paychecks, eating into their savings. There's not a single Republican in the House or in the Senate who's going to support this reckless tax and spending spree. We need to stop this freight train to socialism. We don't have a taxing problem in this country, Mr. President. We have a spending problem. Inflation is already high enough. We know what the cause is. We know it's the cause of the excessive Democrat spending, and this is going to make it worse. Families across this country are struggling right now to make ends meet. Family businesses are struggling to stay open, and it is time to stop this reckless tax and spending spree. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, it's an honor to rise today to deliver my maiden speech. 9 months ago, the people of Arizona entrusted me with a great responsibility to represent them in the United States Senate. To do so during a pandemic that has challenged every one of us, taken loved ones too soon, and battered our economy. And to fill the remaining years of Senator John McCain's 6th term. Each day since then, I've gone to work for the people of Arizona, striving to fulfill that responsibility, undeterred by the challenges we have in front of us, because that's what Arizonans have done over the last year and a half, protecting their families from this virus, keeping themselves and their businesses afloat, looking out for their neighbors. Arizonans have faced down this virus and the economic fallout that came with it with determination. And I came here to have their backs and to work towards a brighter future for our growing state. Because we can't just rebuild our economy the way it was before. We have to reinvent it and create the jobs of the future. Good-paying jobs that you can actually raise a family on. It's a long to-do list. But hey, I'm used to those. The checklist for flying the space shuttle stands about 6 feet tall. The Senate, though, is not NASA. Doesn't move as fast. And it's not the United States Navy either, where everyone works together towards a common goal. But my wife, Gabby, taught me a thing or two about how to listen and how to find common ground. Now, she loved representing Arizona in Congress. And no one works harder than she does. Now, neither of us expected that it would be me serving here in the United States Senate. I might have been the astronaut, but it turned out that she is the one who would nearly lose her life serving our country. I'm so proud of her and of her relentless positivity that she brings to her continued rehabilitation. It inspires me each and every day. And I could not do this without her support or the support of my daughters, Claudia and Claire, or my first grandchild, Sage, who was born in May. Though maybe, I'm not so sure about her support, she's only 2 months old. But in my first days here, I spoke to Republicans and Democrats to work on emergency COVID relief. For so many Arizonans, the relief we got passed was a lifeline. The difference between bankruptcy and keeping the lights on, between losing their small business and paying their employees. I've heard that countless of times as I've traveled across the state. In March, on my 100th day in the Senate, I spoke with a group of Arizonans to understand how COVID-19 was impacting them and their families. One of those conversations really stuck with me. And I want to take a second to tell you about Susanna Andrade. Prior to the pandemic, Susanna worked in a school cafeteria in South Phoenix. Her husband worked as a landscaper. When the pandemic spiked in Arizona, her husband's work slowed down and the school closed. But Susanna and her coworkers, they kept going to work. The school was continuing to offer meals for pickup for students and families that needed them. And a lot of them needed these meals. She told me that they initially were just offering breakfast and lunch, but then they added dinner and a snack because the demand was just so high. Susanna and her coworkers knew how hard the pandemic had hit the community, how many folks were out of work. There were students who wouldn't eat if they weren't there to make the meals. So she kept going to work, making and packing meals for students and their families. And then, in February, she and her entire family got sick with COVID. She couldn't go to work for weeks, and she and her family struggled to pay their bills that month while they tried to recover. Now, Susanna's story has stuck with me over the last year. Here is a hard-working Arizona family doing everything right that just got knocked off their feet. At the same time, Susanna embodies the best of what we saw during this awful pandemic. Neighbors and parents making tremendous sacrifices to help one another get through this. I spoke to Susanna recently. She told me that days after we spoke in March, she and her family received their stimulus checks, and it made such a big difference in their lives. But she is still now living paycheck to paycheck, working 2 jobs, trying to provide for her family to just get ahead. And I understand that. Growing up, my mother worked both as a secretary and a waitress at the same time. And when my brother and I were in middle school, she decided to become a police officer like my dad. But she had to pass this physical fitness test, which was designed for men. But my mother was not discouraged. She wasn't discouraged by that or by the fact that if she would pass, she would become one of the first female police officers in our hometown. In fact, I think she liked that. That was my mom for you. But I knew that she believed that the increased and steady salary would help our family. My mother wanted to give my brother and me every opportunity to succeed. She showed us what we could achieve by having a goal and a plan and working hard at it. And I'm here because of a good public education and because of the opportunity that my parents created for me to serve our country and pursue my dreams. But for so many families, it's becoming harder to get ahead. And the pandemic only made this more difficult. Businesses shuttered, savings drained, debt and bills piled up. What every parent wants, what my mom wanted, is to be able to work hard and give their children a future filled with opportunity. That's why the most important responsibility we have here is not just to rebuild our economy, but to reinvent it for the future. And doing that starts with infrastructure: roads, bridges, water, the power grid, high-speed internet. And it's not just in big cities, but in rural and small towns, small-town Arizona and tribal communities. That's the item on our checklist now. Arizona is facing a severe drought that requires us to improve our water infrastructure and increase our resiliency. School buses on the Navajo Nation cost 3 times as much to maintain because so many of the roads are unpaved. I-10, which runs through the center of our state between Tucson and Phoenix, has not been expanded in years. A single accident can cause delays for hours. That happens almost every day. It's clear that Arizona will benefit from upgrading and modernizing our infrastructure. That's why for the past few months I've been working with a group of Republicans and Democrats to come to an agreement on a historic investment in our infrastructure. I advocated for Arizona's priorities, and we worked together to find common ground and work out our differences. And now we're on the verge of passing it. This is going to fix roads and bridges, improve tribal water and transportation infrastructure, expand affordable high-speed internet access, and make Arizona more resilient to drought and wildfires. I've been determined to deliver these infrastructure investments that Arizona needs to continue to grow. We want to grow and we want to attract new and innovative companies to our state because Arizona's prosperity depends on continuing to create new, high-paying jobs, including growing our tech sector. Now, one of the biggest success stories of our growing tech sector is an industry that actually produces something physically small: microchips. Microchips go in everything, from our phones and appliances and cars to computers, but also the most sophisticated fighter jets and missile systems. There's currently a global shortage of microchips, and the truth is today that just 12% of them are manufactured here in the United States. It used to be 40%. Many foreign competitors, including China, are investing heavily to try to dominate this industry. Now, Arizona does manufacture a lot of microchips. It already employs about 30,000 people in good-paying jobs in this industry, and it's poised to grow. And we recently announced investment plans from Intel and the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Arizona can lead the way as we restore more microchip manufacturing and development to American soil. That's the goal of this $52 billion plan that I spent months working on with Senators Cornyn and Warner to create new advanced manufacturing facilities, or fabs, in places like Arizona. I made it my mission to get this passed through the Senate because it's important. It's important to our economy, and it's important to our national security, ensuring that our supply chain for something so critical does not depend on adversaries like China. Transformational investments such as this will create thousands of high-paying jobs. And we got it passed through the Senate, Republicans and Democrats working together. Now, we must continue working on this checklist, getting Arizonans the skills they need for these new jobs. Now, for some, that'll mean getting a college degree in science or engineering. Arizona is home to 3 world-class universities that are leaders in research and innovation. And we must continue to educate the best scientists and engineers in the world. That's the only way we are going to stay ahead. At the same time, we know that about a third of students who graduate from high school will not pursue a 4-year degree. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be set up for success in the 21st century economy. And we need to make sure that they are. Advanced manufacturing facilities like microchip fabs that I mentioned earlier, for those, we need well-trained semiconductor processors, and we need electricians, and we need HVAC technicians. These are good-paying careers for those who get the skills and training that they need. And right now, a lot of young Arizonans are getting those skills through our community college system. At Pima Community College's downtown campus in Tucson, they've got a new automotive technology innovation center that I visited last month. And their students are learning how to operate the software that automatically controls drills and lathes and milling machines and 3D printers and other tools. They can be trained not just in traditional automotive technology, but in electric vehicles as well. Arizona is becoming a center for innovative electric vehicle manufacturers, so why shouldn't we be getting these students the skills they need for this technology right now? Pima Community College's Chancellor Lambert, calls this much-needed approach moving at the speed of business. And what he means is our education system must meet the demands of today's workforce. And that has to be the case not just in major metro areas, but in rural Arizona as well, and in rural America. At Yavapai College in northern Arizona, they just opened a new skilled trade center in Clarkdale, where they will train a new generation of construction workers and plumbers and electricians and HVAC technicians. And I could not be more impressed with Arizona's community college system. Yavapai College is also taking advantage of partnerships with companies to set students up with opportunities that prepare them to immediately enter the workforce in industries like mining. Moving at the speed of business. That's how we're going to prepare hardworking young students to get these good-paying jobs. It's also how we're going to outcompete and out-innovate other countries like China. Having a talented workforce that can fill the jobs of the future and develop cutting-edge technologies that are critical not just to our economy, but to our national security as well. Now, these are issues that I know Republicans and Democrats agree on. And even on tough issues, I believe that we can also find common ground. We've had crisis after crisis at our border, each a result of decades of failure in Washington to adequately address border security and fix our broken immigration system. Senator Portman and I have introduced bipartisan legislation that would require the Department of Homeland Security to finally develop a plan to handle increases at the border. To take the politics out of this, no matter which party controls Congress or the White House, and to provide dedicated funding to carry out that plan and ensure a secure, humane process at the border. Finding common ground on issues like this is hard, but it's important. Now, like many of you, like many of my colleagues, I spent years admiring the way the late Senator John McCain represented Arizona in the United States Senate. But my first impressions of John McCain were not of him as a senator, but of his service in the Navy. He was a hero of young naval aviators like me, an example of how to serve your country honorably and bravely, including in the impossible circumstance of being shot down and captured. His legacy means so much to the state of Arizona, and it lives on through his children and his wife Cindy, who I'm so grateful to have here today in the gallery. Thank you. His legacy, it's something that cannot be matched. But it's what inspires me serving in this Senate seat. And it's his example of bipartisanship, of independence, that continues to demand more of us. So I'm going to continue focusing on delivering results, on beating this virus and reinventing our economy for the future so that hardworking Arizonans have every opportunity to succeed. Arizonans sent me here to have their backs, and that's what I intend to do. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
From the senator from Delaware.
President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Could I have order, please?
Senate will be in order, please.
A lot of folks gathered around our new senator from Arizona, congratulating, commending him for his speech. I said to him in the Navy, we Got a bunch of military people who serve here, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. But in the Navy, when somebody does an especially good job, we say Bravo Zulu. And that was an exceptional address. And delighted that we could be joined by Cindy McCain. Before I yield to Senator from Wisconsin for his amendment, the theme that we just heard from our new senator from Arizona really focuses on preparing, doing the groundwork, plowing the field in anticipation of creating jobs. And we do that in a lot of ways. He's mentioned a bunch of them in terms of technology jobs and so forth. One of the other ways is what we're doing with the legislation before us today. And that is investing in our infrastructure broadly, not just roads, highways, bridges, not just water, wastewater, not just broadband, not just surface transportation, it's all the above. All the above. So it's a great way to start our day today. And with that, I yield the floor. And I think the gentleman, our colleague from Wisconsin, has some comments that he may want to make, unless the leader wishes to go next.
Mr. President.
All right, thank you.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I rise to speak to my amendment that is completely germane to the discussion of infrastructure. I can't think of more important infrastructure that would actually secure our homeland from a variety of threats. But as I've always said, coming from a manufacturing background, the first step in solving a problem is admitting you have one. And right now, this administration is a complete state of denial regarding the crisis that is on the border. This crisis has been growing. It's not a seasonal surge. This is a growing
problem. Order, please.
This has been a growing problem. And I have my chart here that demonstrates that. Here's January. This is when President Biden came into office. You can see the enormous surge of the crisis he created. Vice President Harris went down to Central America looking for the root cause of this crisis. She only would have had to walk into the Oval Office and look at President Biden because President Biden is the root cause of this crisis. It's his policies, the dismantling of successful policies from the previous administration that had stemmed the flow, that had largely secured our border until this president took office and reversed all that progress. It's a real shame. But let me just give you the numbers, because you have to describe the problem. This has been growing for the last 4 or 5 months in particular. We have been averaging first almost 6,000 and now over 6,000 apprehensions per day. 6,000. In June, it was 6,249. In July, it'll probably be over 6,500. There have been weeks we believe it's over 7,000 people per day coming in and being apprehended at the border. Now, that doesn't even count the 750 to 1,000 known gotaways. DHS is now, or CBP at least, is now estimated that's going to result in about 269,000 people coming into this country that we know they came in, we just couldn't catch them. This also doesn't even describe or enumerate how many unknown gotaways. So again, the fact of the matter is, from January through July, approximately 1.3 million people have been apprehended coming into this country without documentation. About 173,000 of those individuals have been released in the interior, either with a notice to appear or even worse, a notice to report. If you multiply that times 2, that's 346,000 people dispersed to all points of America. DHS, this administration, is not notifying the states, not notifying the cities that these individuals, apparently claiming asylum, are coming into communities near you. You add that to the 269,000 estimated known gotaways, that's over 600,000 people just this year. That's larger than the population of the state of Wyoming. It's approaching the population of the state of Vermont. And again, this is while we have the Title 42 restrictions in place. Probably about 900,000 people in the first 7 months have been returned under Title 42. If the administration ends that program, imagine the surge. Now, there once was a time when securing the border was a nonpartisan issue. Senator McCain led the charge. In 2006, this body passed, on a vote of 80 to 19, the Secure Fence Act, which was going to build about 700 miles of fence. In the end, only 36 miles was double-layer fencing. The rest was pretty ineffective, as we've seen. But voting for that bill was President Biden, President Obama, Senator Carper, Secretary of State Clinton, Senator Feinstein, Senator Schumer, Senator Wyden, Senator Stabenow. This is a bipartisan effort to secure our border. But somewhere between 2006 and 2021, this has become a partisan issue. Now, what's absurd is, in the last administration, again, pretty well solved the problem. Had allocated about $10 billion to build the fence. It's all been contracted. It's all been paid for. We built about 453 miles of the 738 miles it was contracted for. 285 miles remain unbuilt. An excellent report by Senator Langford shows that we've spent about $2 billion getting out of those contracts. $2 billion to not build the wall. It's costing us $3 million a day just to guard the steel fencing that's laying there not being used. So my amendment is very simple. It's very common sense. It says, please, let's recognize fences work. Certainly Congress recognized it when we put a double layer around the People's House for a number of months, spent hundreds of millions of dollars on that security effort. So let's not waste the taxpayers' money. Let's recognize walls work. We need to complete the 285 miles of wall that will help secure our border, that will help secure our homeland, that will help keep Americans safe. It's a very simple amendment. Let's hope it's not a partisan result. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I rise to oppose the Johnson Amendment. This measure would force continued payment of government contractors to build an ill-conceived border wall. Most of these funds were never intended for this purpose. More than $10 billion were redirected from the Department of Defense, and these funds were intended for military installations and functions, such as schools for military children and National Guard equipment. The Biden administration is conducting a comprehensive review of these contracts, led by the Department of Defense and Homeland Security. DHS has recently announced that they will continue work on certain common sense projects on the southern border to address life, safety, environmental, and operational considerations. These decisions will be guided by what is best for our national security, not well-connected government contractors profiting off of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. We need to move forward with smart, bipartisan investments that secure both our southern and our northern borders. And we must not look backwards at the former administration's boondoggle. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Johnson Amendment.
Yes, Senator from Wisconsin.
In a quick response, the prior administration's, what the good senator claimed to boondoggle, worked. During this comprehensive review by this administration, again, this administration is the root cause of this problem. They caused this. The problem is growing worse. It's not getting better. Congress, by supporting a double-layer fence around this Capitol for months, spent hundreds of millions of dollars keeping us safe and secure, recognizes that fencing and walls work. Again, this Fencing has been paid for. This wall has been paid for. $2 billion will be wasted. $3 million a day will be wasted. This is just common sense, and it will improve the security of this nation. And again, in 2006, this was a bipartisan type of effort. Building 700 miles of fence was bipartisan, 80 to 19. It should be bipartisan today. I'm urging my colleagues, let's finish building this wall. Let's not waste billions of dollars of taxpayer money. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from West Virginia.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House or to address the Senate for several minutes on this amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. I am the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Appropriations for Homeland Security. The President's budget request included a rescission of $2 billion that we, as members of this body, enacted it, as the gentleman from Wisconsin has clearly illuminated. And at the same time, we're having a tremendous problem at our southern border. We all know this. We don't have the July numbers out yet, but we know that they're going to be apprehensions are going to be in excess of over 200,000 in 1 month. The July numbers also indicate that the number of unaccompanied children is the largest ever encountered in 1 month. There are currently now over 150 miles of wall system projects that we as Congress legally funded that are now in jeopardy of being canceled. When you go to the border, you see millions of dollars worth of steel slats lying on the ground that were to be constructed until President Biden canceled those projects. You know who else sees those border walls on the ground? Human traffickers, drug smugglers. I've been to as we all have, been to the southern border several times. Customs and Border Patrol agents have told us that a border wall is necessary as part of a system to stop the flow of illegal immigration and illicit drugs. The border wall is infrastructure. It's infrastructure to keep America safe, it's infrastructure to keep drugs out of this country, and it's infrastructure to control illegal immigration. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Johnson Amendment to prohibit the cancellation of contracts to build the border wall. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Delaware.
Yeah. Mr. President, over the years, I've made any number of trips to our nation's southern border. I've also traveled extensively to throughout Central America, and sometimes with the author of this legislation, with many colleagues, Democrat and Republican. One of the people who's, I think, been to that part of the world more than me is a guy who used to serve here in the Senate, later Vice President. That's our President, Joe Biden. There's a verse of Scripture in the New Testament, Matthew 25, which speaks to the least of these. And one of the things, when I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was naked, did you clothe me? When I was thirsty, did you give me to drink? When I was a stranger in your land, did you welcome me? Did you welcome me? And to the extent we've looked out for the least of these, then we have a brighter future. But anyway, the reason I raise that, we have this moral imperative to look out for the least of these, and that includes people who end up on our borders looking for safe haven. The reason why so many people continue to come to our borders from Central America, especially Honduras, Guatemala, and Salvador, is because they live lives in fear, deprived of economic opportunity and hope, corruption, crime. You know, if any of us lived there with our families, we'd want to get out of there too and find a place to go to with a brighter future. Border security, as the former chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, border security, enormously important. We need secure borders, no question about that. And there are a whole bunch of force multipliers which help provide the more secure borders, including barriers. And I've supported them, so has the gentleman who's also former chairman of the committee. We've traveled in that part of the world together. And one of the things we fully agree on is what I just said. We could spend the next, year, 5 years, 10 years, securing our border. That's important. But if we don't address those root causes of why people are coming here, they're still 10, 20 years from now, they'll still be coming. We've got to be smarter than that. This is a shared responsibility. It's not all on the United States. I like to use the example, I said to my colleague from West Virginia, I like to use the example of Home Depot, which Senator Johnson heard me use more than a few times. Home Depot, their ad line is, you can do it, we can help. And in these countries where we're getting all this immigration flow from, they can do it, but we can help. And one of the things we set up under something called the Alliance for Prosperity a number of years ago, with Democrat and Republican support, I think with the support of certainly then Vice President Biden and Senator McCain, the late John McCain. Among the things that we need to focus on, and we're doing under the Alliance for Prosperity, is one, addressing crime and violence. Two, addressing corruption. Three, economic hope and opportunity. Those are the three buckets. We put money in those buckets. The expectation is those three countries put even more money in those buckets, matching us $2, $3, $4, $5 for every dollar we put up. And there are other countries that we have an expectation for them to help. They're private company, private businesses. There's an expectation for them to help. Nonprofits, there's an expectation for all of us. This is a shared responsibility. We have as the place where all these illegal drugs are coming from, and it's kind of sucking them, moving those drugs through these three countries. We have some moral responsibility to do something to help the situation down there, not just at the border. So with that in mind, I'm not going to support this amendment, but I would just note I always look for common ground. The author of the amendment knows full well, heard him talk about eloquently, about the need to go at root causes. And we've, for as long as we've been working on this issue, all those years we've needed to work on root causes, and we still do today as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I need to respond quickly.
There are now 2 minutes equally divided prior to a vote on the Johnson amendment.
There are now 2 minutes evenly divided
If you want to talk about the root cause...
before a vote on the Johnson amendment.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I need to respond quickly. Senator Carper is talking about root causes. The root cause of the instability, the primary cause of the violence in Central America is America's and Americans' insatiable demand for drugs. If you can solve that problem, you solve the root cause of the problem, you won't have the violence. But the root cause of this current crisis, because it was already solved, the root cause of this current crisis is President Biden's policies. President Biden is the root cause. So if you want to fix this, we can fix it. Secure the border. Go back to the policies that worked. We're not going to be able to fix Central America until we end our insatiable demand for drugs. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, colleagues, in about 48 hours, about a third of the Senate is going to be on an airplane heading for Gillette, Wyoming. And we're going to go to say goodbye to our friend and colleague, Mike Enzi. I'll never forget where I was sitting about, 20 years ago as presiding officer, and Mike Enzi was literally standing almost right where you are, talking about the 80-20 rule and why they're so successful in the Health, Education, Labor, Pension Committee, but Senator Kennedy and Mike Enzi, Democrat, Republican, how they're able to find the common cause and get stuff done. The 80-20 rule. I said to Mike Enzi that day, what's the 80-20 rule? And he said about 80% of the stuff Ted and I agree on, about 20% we don't. And what we do is we focus on the 80% where we agree. And there is common ground here. I think that the gentleman from Wisconsin knows what it is. And I would ask that in addition to talking about our differences, let's talk about where we agree and let's do good work there. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Haggerty, Hawley, Johnson, Kennedy, Romney, Tuberville, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Carper, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Merkley, Peters, Rosen, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, and Warren. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Burr, aye. Okay. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. Kane? No. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Portman? Aye. Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Grassley? Aye. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Schumer? No. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Cardin, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. You know what it is? Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Murphy, no. It's very. Mr. Padilla, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 49. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it may take a moment, but I would suggest that the Senate be in order. And I thank the members for their consideration. Mr. President, I offer today what should be considered a friendly amendment to the broadband section of this infrastructure bill. Why is it a friendly amendment? Because by using the Administrative Procedures Act, which my amendment would provide, it would save billions of dollars in broadband build-out funds. It would provide for consumer input, stakeholder input, local and state government input into NTIA, the agency that will be in charge of this broadband build-out. And also because it will not delay the broadband build-out in any way. Now, as written today, the broadband section waives the Administrative Procedures Act.
Be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Wicker Amendment would simply strike that waiver and make the Administrative Procedure Act apply to the broadband section as it applies to so many big programs that are enacted. If we pass this amendment, here will be the timeline. Let's assume the President doesn't get around to signing this bill until October the 1st. I would expect the president would sign it earlier than that. But let's assume that he does that. There'll be 30 days of notice, 30 days of public comment after the notice is published, a review of those comments, which could take 30 to 40 days. At that point, the regulations are published, and after 30 days, they go into effect. So, by my calculations, assuming the president's very, very late in signing the bill, the act and the regulations under the Administrative Procedures Act would be done by February 7th. Now, what we all know, what everyone in this chamber knows, is that we have to wait on the FCC maps, and they will not be ready until the earliest, by spring of next year, and that is that's very, very optimistic. So we have time to do it right, to get public input, to have people who've already experienced this come to the agency and say, you might want to do it this way, or you might want to avoid doing it that way because here's our experience. We did this one time before, and it was only $4.7 billion. This is $42 billion. That was the BTOP program, which was enacted in 2009. We skipped this. We gave it to an agency which is going to have it this time, the NTIA, a staff of only 157 people to monitor, back then, $4.7 billion. This time it's $42 billion. Here's what we learned about the BTOP program, which is an awful lot like this one. When Congress asked NTIA to administer this, the results were deeply troubling. Let me quote the Inspector General. Let me quote the Stanford Institute of Economic Policy and the Phoenix Center. Their own Inspector General found that the agency faced significant challenges in managing the size and complexity of the program. It's a program a tenth the size of what we're talking about today. The Stanford Institute said NTIA's mechanism for selecting projects was incoherent. Had they adopted more reasonable framework, many more households could have been connected with the same money, or the same number of connections could have been realized for a fraction of the cost, because they didn't do what I'm advocating today, Mr. President. The Phoenix Center, an independent think tank, said they found no positive effect on home broadband adoption from the BTOP program. Mr. President, my fellow colleagues, years from now, when someone realizes we've wasted billions of dollars on this build-out, I would want, and I think my colleagues would want to say, well, I voted yes on the Wicker Amendment, to take the extra 130, 140 days to hear what went right and what went wrong in the past and to make sure we get it right. No senator has worked harder than I have on broadband build-out. I want this program to succeed. This is a way to make sure we spend the money correctly, to make sure we do it right. I ask unanimous consent at this point, Mr. President, to put into the record an article dated August 3rd, just yesterday, from the National Journal. It says how $65 billion for broadband infrastructure could fall short. I ask that it be entered into the record at this point.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't want this program to fall short. I want it to succeed. This amendment gives us a chance to get the money right, to take the extra time that we're going to have to take anyway to get the maps right. It's a good government amendment, a friendly amendment, and I urge bipartisan adoption of it.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, with all due respect to my friend from Mississippi, I don't consider this a friendly amendment. I consider this a major departure from the agreed-upon structure of this broadband section of the bill that we're talking about. This, as we all know, was a heavily negotiated bill. There are provisions in it that I don't like. There are provisions in it that I wish were there that aren't there because of the negotiation. This provision, which appears innocent, to reinsert the Administrative Procedure Act into this process it would bureaucratize the process, slow it down, and would not assist in the process. Here are some points that I think need to be made. The first is, I consider the broadband section one of the crown jewels of this entire bill. And the fact that it's structured in such a way that the grants will go to the states, and the states will decide how best to administer those programs because of their knowledge of their needs in their states. Yes, they're going to use maps, updated maps, I should say, from the FCC, but this is really a state-driven process. The Administrative Procedure Act is principally a regulatory process, and we're not talking about a regulatory process here. We're not talking about the issuance of a lot of long and detailed regulations. We're talking about a grant program to states. And so the burdensome administrative requirements of the APA are really not necessary in this case because it's not a regulatory process. There is already significant oversight built into the statute. There's 68 pages that have all kinds of requirements for public notice, filing online, public disclosure, comment, and involvement of communities, of other providers, of all of those interested parties in this process. So it's not like it's some kind of closed process. There's no doubt that this will slow down the process. There's no doubt that this would restrict the ability of the NTIA to tailor programs to fit individual states. As I said, that's one of the beauties of this whole provision is that it has the flexibility to meet the needs of states as they define them. It would hamper that state flexibility, and it would make it more difficult for the states to follow through on a timely basis to make this tremendously important. Where the Senator and I agree, and I know how hard he's worked on this, as have I. This is, I think, one of the most important things that we can do in this bill to get Americans connected. I don't need to make that argument. Everyone in the chamber knows that. The other piece, unfortunately, that this amendment would do would be enable and, in fact, invite lawsuits. There would undoubtedly be challenges to the regulations, challenges to the, if indeed the APA said you've got to do this by regulation, you're building a whole new bureaucratic process, and the bill already provides for the kinds of protections that the Senator is talking about. So I think this is an unnecessary amendment. I certainly, as one of those who worked on the negotiation of the bill, don't consider it a friendly amendment, and I believe that it is a major change in the agreement that would not have been agreed to in the negotiation, and I hope my colleagues across the aisle who have supported this agreement will oppose this amendment because it is not something that was in the negotiation, and it would not have been accepted by those who were negotiating it on this side of the aisle. So with that, Mr. President, I strongly oppose this amendment. It is a I don't think I can say it. Makes this a bureaucratic process that is unnecessary, will only slow and impede the distribution of these desperately needed funds to connect the people of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Questions on amendment number 2146?
Questions on amendment number 2146?
Is there a sufficient second?
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Ms. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gilliram. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Braun, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kane, King, Lujan, Manchin, Merkley, Padilla, Rosen, Shaheen, Sinema, Warren. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, No. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy. No. Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall. Aye. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Portman, no. Ms. Cantwell, no.
The yeas are 43. The nays are 55. This amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate equally divided prior to a vote related to the Kennedy Amendment number 2210.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, with respect to my amendment, I offer it on behalf of myself and Senator Cassidy. The last 18 months have been challenging for Louisiana. First, there was Hurricane Laura, then there was Hurricane Delta, then there was Hurricane Zeta. The hurricanes alone did about $25 billion of damage. Madam President, then we had the historic freezes, then we had historic flooding. The total amount of damage was $47.1 billion. My people are tough, but they are tired. This amendment would appropriate $1.1 billion in community development block grants to help my people recover. I bring you a problem, but also a solution. Thanks to the efforts of Senator Cantwell and Senator Schatz and myself, 3 years ago, we convinced the FCC not to give away the spectrum auction which belongs to the American people and instead to auction it off. And there's now $80 billion sitting in Treasury. The money for these block grants would come from that $80 billion in cash. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Oh, the senator from Michigan.
Madam President, we all agree that responding to natural disasters is a core federal responsibility. But unfortunately, this unprecedented amendment would take funds from the Federal Communication Commission's spectrum auction revenues to pay for disaster relief. The spectrum auction revenues my colleague seeks to reallocate are intended to help expand high-speed internet in the United States. All Americans, no matter where they live, should have access to 21st century economy. We can't pick winners and losers when it comes to natural disasters. The process should be set in law, which is something my colleague from Hawaii, Senator Schatz, has been working on for years. I support disaster relief, but this is not the way to do it. My heart goes out to all Americans impacted by natural disasters, not just those affected by hurricanes, but also devastating wildfires and flooding caused by climate change. I'm committing to ensuring they receive the assistance they need, but we need a comprehensive solution, and I'd like to yield time to my colleague from Maine.
Madam President.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, first let me offer to work with both senators from Louisiana to secure the funding that their state so desperately needs in my capacity as ranking member of the Transportation HUD Appropriations Subcommittee. Louisiana has been particularly hard hit, experiencing 3 hurricanes almost back to back, and certainly the need for disaster assistance is clear, but we also have other states that have been affected: Alabama, California, Florida, Iowa, Michigan, Oregon, Puerto Rico, a territory, not a state, obviously, but those need help too. And what I would propose is that we work together on an emergency disaster supplemental that will take care of all these needs, including the needs of the people in hard-hit Louisiana. And I pledge my personal help and support to both of my colleagues and friends from Louisiana to bring this about. Finally, let me just say I'm surprised that the administration has not submitted a request for supplemental disaster assistance, and I hope
time has
that'll be
expired.
forthcoming. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask for the yeas and nays on my amendment.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cassidy, Haggerty, Hoven, Kennedy, and Rubio. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Braun, Brown, Capito, Cardin, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Leahy, Lujan, Lummis, Markey, Marshall, McConnell, Menendez, Merkley, Moran, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Risch, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Shelby, Tillis, Toomey, Van Hollen, Warren, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. No. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr. Aye. Mr. Tester, Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Carper, Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Warner, no. Miss Stabenow, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Brasso, no. Mr. Portman, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Cinema, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 19, the nays are 79. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The majority whip.
Madam President, after many weeks of uncertainty and distress, millions of Americans can, for now, let go of the fear of losing their homes and the roofs over their head. Last night, the Biden administration announced a new 60-day federal eviction moratorium. I certainly support that decision. I want to thank all those who insisted that we do something, especially U.S. Congresswoman Cori Bush of Missouri, who knows the trauma personally of being without a home, having been a victim of eviction in her life. Representative Bush camped outside on the Capitol steps for 5 nights. She slept on the steps of this building so that some of the most vulnerable people in America would be able to sleep with a roof over their heads while we were making sure that the law caught up with our intentions. The emergency assistance will help pay, I also want to thank my fellow Democratic senators, especially Senators Sherrod Brown and Elizabeth Warren, who pushed for a fair and just solution to what would have been an entirely preventable tragedy for families who've already lost so much in this pandemic. So many as 11 million Americans have fallen behind on their rent during this pandemic because of job losses and other misfortunes. Let me tell you about one of them, Patricia Vasquez. Madam President, I ask order on the floor.
Please take your conversations outside.
Patricia Vasquez is a single mom of 2 boys. She lives in Chicago's Little Village neighborhood. She told her story to the Chicago Sun-Times. By the time Patricia Vasquez received an email on July 23rd telling her that she qualified for help from Chicago's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the gas to her apartment had already been cut off because of a $1,400 unpaid bill. She had sold some of her clothes and jewelry to pay the electric bill to keep the lights on, and she was 6 months behind in rent. The emergency assistance will help pay her overdue rent and utility bills. The federal eviction moratorium will enable tenants like Patricia to avoid the traumas of eviction and homelessness while they wait for the emergency assistance to reach them. Between the bipartisan CARES Act that Congress passed in December and President Biden's American Rescue Plan, Congress has provided state and local governments more than $46 billion in emergency rental assistance to help families pay their landlords. Unfortunately, many states and localities have been slower than expected in getting that money to the people who need it. So far, only $3 billion of the $46 billion has reached tenants and landlords. To punish renters who've already lost so much for delays over which they have no control, and to evict them with the Delta variant tearing the country apart would be unfair, unconscionable, and in many cases, deleterious to public health. It would harm our efforts to bring this virus under control for good. Fortunately, in recent weeks, many cities and states have made progress in getting to help out to the people who need it. That includes the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. The CDC's new eviction moratorium is only a first step. It is imperative that all state and local governments step up their efforts to get federal relief to the families who need it, and the landlords as well. This pandemic has caused enough pain. Red tape can't be allowed to deepen that pain for anyone. Madam President, I would like to address another issue that comes up on the floor quite regularly, usually from speeches on the other side of the aisle. And I heard one of my colleagues in the Senate on the Republican side, who is a personal friend, talk about it today, and he's not the only one. And it's, of course, the issue of immigration. I've been involved in this issue for a long time. I can recall when I was first elected to the Senate, I got a phone call from Ted Kennedy. He said, "I heard you're going to be on the Senate Judiciary Committee." I said, "That's right." He said, "Can I ask you to be a member of my immigration subcommittee?" Well, how do you say no to Ted Kennedy to start with? And I was fascinated by the invitation. And I got involved in the immigration debate then and over the years. At one point, I joined 3 other Democratic senators and 4 Republican senators, the so-called Gang of 8, and tried to sit down and fix this broken immigration system. We actually wrote a bill, a good bill. It passed here on the floor of the Senate. I think 67 or 68 votes. Senator McCain was one of the contributors to it. Senator Flake of Arizona was also one of them. Senator Graham of South Carolina, Senator Rubio of Florida, Senator Schumer, Senator Bennett, Senator Menendez. We put our hearts and souls in that effort and put it together and brought it to the floor of the Senate, and it was enacted into law. Comprehensive immigration reform. I should say it passed the Senate. It failed to become enacted into law because the House of Representatives, under Republican control, wouldn't bring it up for a debate, let alone a vote. That was an unfortunate missed opportunity. It just comes down to this. We have not passed a significant immigration bill in the United States of America in 36 years. Everyone, but everyone, concedes that our immigration system is broken. There are parts of it that are just fundamentally unfair. There are parts of it which do not serve our nation. There are certain things we ought to all agree on, Democrats and Republicans. Let me give you 3 that I think are the starting points. First, we need a safe and secure border. I want to know who's coming into America and what they're bringing. In the age of terrorism, in the age of drugs, I want to know who's coming in and what they're bringing. Yes, we need border security. Secondly, we should never knowingly allow a dangerous person to come in this country, period. And if someone is here without legal protected status and they are dangerous to us, they're gone. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the third point is an important one as well. We cannot allow everyone in the world who wants to come into the United States to arrive tomorrow. It just won't work. We have to have an orderly process. And we ought to show some caring and humanitarian instinct in that process too. Whether it's a refugee or asylee, these are people who desperately need some safe place to be. And the United States has often opened its doors since World War II to show that kind of kindness. Our generation should do the same. Now, there are those who come to the floor and say, because so many people want to come into the United States, it's a mistake for us to give anybody legal status in this country because it's a green light. It's an incentive for even more to show up. That argument, I think, is not strong, and here's why. Each year, the orderly legal process in America, the naturalization process, makes 1 million new Americans from immigrants. It happens every year, and these people are following the law, every letter of it, to become legal in America. So to say we're going to cut them off and no longer allow them to become citizens makes no sense. And secondly, immigrants are a critical part of America. When my farmers come to me and tell me how desperately they need farm workers and they don't have enough immigrants to fill it, my natural reaction is, well, why don't you go to the Americans who live near your farms? And they say, Senator, we do. Nobody wants to do that backbreaking work of picking fruit and vegetables and all the hard labor that goes with it. We need immigrants to do it. 2.4 million farm workers come into the United States each year and pick the crops that end up on our tables, feeding our children and grandchildren and our families. 2.4 million. Did you know half of them are undocumented? That's a fact. Half of them are undocumented, and they come to this country and get paid to do the worst and hardest work you can imagine. Go to a meat processing plant or a poultry processing plant. You pick it, any place in the United States. Look at the workforce that comes out of that gate at the end of the day. Majority of them, well, I should say 40% across the nation, 40% of them are immigrants who are working in that field. Tough, dangerous, hot, hard work. And they do it because others aren't lining up to do it in their place. That is part of America today. Immigrants are a critical element. And I might add one other element, which is timely. Think of all the times we tune into the Olympics and look at the people who make us just beam with pride, with USA written across their chest on uniforms, who are winning these medals. and competing on behalf of us, the United States, in the Olympics. SUNY West of Minnesota. Who is she? Well, it turns out that she is a child of a Hmong family. The Hmongs, we remember from the Vietnam era, were people who were killed because they sided with the United States and they were caught in the crossfire of war. Many of them settled in the United States, many in the state of Minnesota. And here is this young woman, this daughter of refugees, who is making us so proud as she stands on the podium crying her eyes out with USA written on her uniform, proudly holding that gold medal. We cheer her on. And yet, when it comes to the United States Senate, there are no cheers from some quarters. These are immigrants, and many people look at them negatively. I am not one of those people. There has to be a better way. There has to be a humane way for us, this nation of immigrants, for us to be able to have a system that is fair, that really is based on the three principles I mentioned: border security, no dangerous persons, and we've got to have an orderly process to come up with. We're going to see in the next few days, I'm sure of it, debate on the budget resolution, and it's going to be, in some part, debate on immigration policy. I'm certainly ready for it. I hope my colleagues are too, and I hope that they'll keep an open mind to a process of creating a new immigration policy in America that really reflects our values, that is fair to the people who seek to be part of our future, and recognize the great heritage which the immigrants have brought to this country. I hope those people who are on the other side, who don't feel as I do, will take the time to meet some of these immigrant people, meet my dreamers. These young people who I first started championing 20 years ago have lived lives in the shadow of doubt for decades. They were told they were undocumented, they could be deported at any moment, and yet they soldiered on. They worked hard. They went to school. They did remarkable things, becoming doctors and nurses and teachers and entrepreneurs and even members of our military. They are amazing. They've never let me down. They are just terrific young people. I think they deserve a chance to become part of America's future. I think they've earned it. And I think we ought to have that kind of attitude in our minds when we talk about the role of immigrants in the future of America. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, I didn't come to the floor to speak on this matter, but listening to the comments of my friend from Illinois about the contributions made by immigrants to our country, and I will wholeheartedly agree with him about that. Really, when I think about immigration, I think it's really sort of the secret sauce to American success. It's the notion that you can come from anywhere with virtually nothing, and you can legally immigrate to the United States, and then you can begin to get one of those very difficult jobs, working in the fields, working in a meat packing plant or someplace else, and begin your climb toward the American dream. And that's, to me, one of the crown jewels of our country. It's what makes us different. You look at other countries around the world, they don't welcome immigrants. They shun immigrants. And their economies and their countries suffer for it. So let me just say I agree with the senator from Illinois about the contribution of immigrants. And I listened very carefully as a border state senator. My state is 40% Hispanic. I'm sure the senator from Nevada has a large Hispanic population. They are part of us. They are part of our great nation and make tremendous contributions. The Hispanics in my state are patriots. They volunteer in disproportionate numbers to serve in the military. They work at jobs that are very difficult. They're very tight-knit families. They're people of faith. They believe in hard work, and most fundamentally, they believe in the American dream. But I don't think it does any tribute to their contributions or their sacrifices to say that people can come to this country without complying with our laws. And I also join in the senator's frustration at our inability to get anything substantially done in this space. But I don't think it's good enough for us to complain about how hard it is. We're all volunteers. What we have to do is do the hard work, and we have not done it since I've been here. We've not done the hard work to try to build that consensus in order to pass meaningful immigration reform, and we need to do that. And it's on us. We can't blame somebody else. We're the ones responsible. We haven't done it, and we need to do it. But I would just point out, and the senator from Illinois knows this, that my state has a 1,200-mile border with Mexico. This is ground zero for the humanitarian crisis that's currently appearing at the border. The Biden administration reversed a lot of the policies of the previous administration without having an alternative plan in place. And it was interpreted as laying out the welcome mat for anybody and everybody who wanted to come to the United States. That's why we're seeing these unprecedented numbers, or at least numbers we haven't seen for 20 years, and people trying to stream across the border into the United States. And I know that there's a lot of debate about, well, should we have physical barriers at the border? The truth is, the experts, the Border Patrol, have told all of us that, yes, you have to have physical barriers in some hard-to-control places, but you also need technology and you need boots on the ground. Because this is not just about people immigrating to the United States. This is about the drugs that killed 93,000 Americans last year alone, most of which come across the southern border. Cocaine, meth, fentanyl, heroin, just to name a few. And when we see the current crisis at the border, because of this reversal of the previous administration's policies without any alternative plan in place, this is an open invitation to the cartels to take advantage of the circumstances. And what it means as a practical matter, then so many people come across at the same time, which is what is happening now, including tens of thousands of unaccompanied children. The Border Patrol, which is the law enforcement officials who are given the mission of securing our border, they have to leave the front line of the border to go change diapers and clean and feed these kids, because there's simply not enough personnel there in order to handle this flood of humanity. And what happens when they leave the front lines? Well, in one sector, the Border Patrol chief told me 40% of their agents had to leave the front lines, which then was a green light for the drug components, the drug smugglers, to bring the poison that killed 93,000 Americans in the United States last year alone across the border. These criminal organizations are very sophisticated. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly how to exploit the vulnerabilities in our law, which is why they also have understood that if you flood tens of thousands, in 1 month alone, nearly 200,000 people across the border, that you're going to overwhelm the system. And if you coach the migrants to make a claim of credible fear of persecution, that you might just be put into our asylum system, which then has about 1.3, I think, million cases backlogged in our immigration courts, which means we're forced to give you a notice to appear at a future hearing so you can present your case in front of an immigration judge. And maybe, just maybe, you can make your case. As a practical matter, only about 10% of the people who do appear in front of an immigration judge are able to meet the legal criteria for asylum. But here's how the cartels, how the transnational criminal organizations have figured out how to exploit our laws. Because we have to release people and give them a notice to appear because of the sheer volume, most of them don't show up for their court hearing. So they've succeeded because of the gaps in our law, not because of a lack of a physical barrier along the border. They're turning themselves in to the Border Patrol and making this claim of asylum because they know that they will more than likely succeed in making their way into the United States. And I don't care how many times the Vice President goes to Central America or talks about root causes of illegal immigration. I don't care how many times that Director Mayorkas tells Cubans, don't come to America because of the danger of coming overseas into our country. These organizations are smart. They're whispering in the ear of these migrants. They're saying, if you will pay us enough money, we will get you to America. And these migrants watch TV. They watch cable TV. They take phone calls and get emails from their friends and relatives in the United States. They know that this statement that don't try to come to America is just completely inconsistent with what is happening on the ground. So I don't think it does us any good to complain about how hard our job is or how many times we failed to get the job done. What I'm really concerned about right now is that the Majority Whip, who's also chairman of the Judiciary Committee, has basically told us he's going to give up on a bipartisan immigration reform bill, and they are going to try to jam this through on a purely party line vote in this reconciliation bill, otherwise known as the reckless tax and spending spree. Now, I don't expect that the parliamentarian will allow them to do that under the rules of the Senate. This would completely circumvent the rules of the Senate, which require, on matters of substantive legislation, 60 votes to close off debate, the so-called filibuster rule. But I couldn't resist responding to the Majority Whip's, the senator from Illinois' statements about how hard our job is. I don't think it does us much good to come here and say, this is really hard. This is really hard. Our constituents expect us to fix it, and we know how to do it if we will just do our job. So, Madam President, on the bipartisan infrastructure bill now before the Senate, I'm glad to see that the Majority Leader, Senator Schumer, is allowing amendments to be presented from folks on both sides. Senator Schumer had given us an artificial deadline to finish the bill, but he's also told us we're not going home until we do so, and we take him at his word. But I hope he will continue to allow this process to play out, no matter how long it takes, until this legislation is ready to be voted on. That's principally because the process that brought this bill to the floor did not involve the regular normal hearings and markups across multiple Senate committees. That's certainly not a criticism of the bipartisan group that's gotten us to where we are. It's really just a statement of the dysfunction of the legislative process in the Senate these days. But the fact is, the vast majority of the senators in this chamber did not have a hand in crafting this legislation, even though it will impact every single community across the country. I believe the bipartisan group worked in good faith to get us to the starting gate, and now it's time to allow every senator representing every state in the country to weigh in and offer improvements in the bill. I've said from the beginning that an open amendment process will be critical to the success of this legislation, and that's especially true when it comes to paying for this legislation. We're waiting for the Congressional Budget Office, the official scorer, to tell us what the cost will be and whether we've been successful in offsetting pay-fors. One budget expert at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget has already forecasted a discouraging score. He estimated the bill would only raise about $208 billion, less than half of the new spending in the bill. But it's important for all of us to realize we are also reauthorizing the expiring Surface Transportation Bill, which is ordinarily financed by the Highway Trust Fund. And it's going to require another $118 billion to shore that up because the White House has taken off the table any other pay-fors that would include a user fee on electric vehicles or indexing the gas tax or other ideas that would fill in that gap. So another $118 billion of borrowed money is going to be necessary to fill that gap. I don't think any of us regard that as a good outcome. Maybe it's the best we can do under the circumstances. But as it stands now, our debt to GDP, our debt to gross domestic product ratio is at the highest level it's been since World War II. In other words, we fought a world war to defeat Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, and we didn't ask how much it cost, we did what we had to do. We did the same thing when it came to COVID, which was a domestic equivalent, I think, of war, defeating the virus and shoring up our economy. But our country has invested a huge amount of money in the war against COVID-19, and now is not the time to double down on out-of-control spending for a non-emergency matter. We need to find responsible ways to finance these new expenses, and I hope we'll have an opportunity to vote on a range of amendments to that end. I've been proud to work with Senator Padilla, our new senator from California, a Democrat, to offer an amendment that would provide more funding for a variety of infrastructure projects, including roads, bridges, and public transit. What it does is it gives state and local leaders more authority when it comes to identifying and investing in the greatest needs of their states and their communities. And here's the kicker. It does so without increasing the deficit one penny. That's because it gives state and local leaders the ability to spend COVID relief funding that they already have on infrastructure projects that might otherwise be neglected. They're not required to do so, but our amendment would allow them to do so rather than to claw that money back when the appropriation sunsets, or to put guardrails on it and say you can only use it for some prescribed uses, which frankly, they've got more money to spend than they know what to do with when it comes to those authorized uses. As folks hunkered down at their home to slow the spread of the virus, and the change in travel patterns hurt more than airlines and hotels, it put a serious dent in state and local transportation budgets in all of our states. State departments of transportation are facing an estimated $18 billion in shortfalls through 2024. Leaders across the country have had to delay or cancel critical transportation projects because of a lack of funding, and it's unclear when those projects may get back on track. And I might say, Madam President, that one of the things we've seen with the eviction moratorium expiring is that $46 billion of money we appropriated last year still hasn't gotten to the intended beneficiary, to the people who are trying to pay their rent but can't pay their rent. So we have a huge problem, a logistical problem in voting on money and actually getting it to the intended beneficiary. That's true in COVID-19, it's true in disaster relief, and the type of thing that Senator Padilla and I are suggesting is to take money that's already in the hands of the state and local governments and let them use it so they can do it quickly on investments which will last and endure rather than just spend it on operating expenses. There's an urgent need for more transportation funding, and that's exactly what our amendment would provide. There's no mandate, as I said, that it be spent for a single transportation project. But if a city or state or a county has plans to use their funds on pandemic-related expenses, those plans will not be interrupted or called into question. But it simply provides our local leaders what they've asked each of us for most. And it starts with flexibility. If a city is experiencing a spike in COVID cases and needs to use federal funding to buy additional ICU bed space or hire new healthcare workers, they can and they should move forward with those plans. This is not about cutting resources that are needed. But we know that many states and localities simply don't have enough qualifying expenses to use the money that they've been given. They're looking for ways to spend the dollars they already have as given to them in the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan. That's not to say they don't want this funding, they just want to be able to use it consistent with the guardrails that Congress has provided, and that's what our amendment will allow. The broad support for this amendment is testament to the importance of these changes. Our amendment's been endorsed by 24 organizations that represent a diverse range of stakeholders, from the National League of Cities, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, all of which advocate on behalf of cities across the country. We've also received endorsements from the American Road and Transportation Builders Association, which represents all facets of the transportation construction industry, as well as the American Public Transit Association. It also includes organizations that advocate for safer roads, like the American Traffic Safety Services Association. I've been pleased to find common ground with Senator Padilla and our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help build support for this amendment, and I think actually enhance the work done by the bipartisan negotiating group. This is not something they were able to get done in that negotiating group, they've told me, even though it was a subject of discussion. So now it's a chance for the rest of us on a bipartisan basis to weigh in and make this bill better. Throughout the process, we've made adjustments so states with unique but no less important infrastructure needs can put this funding toward those uses. We're in the process of making some final tweaks to ensure that we receive broad bipartisan support, as well as that of the White House, and I hope we'll have a vote on this amendment on the Senate floor soon. Our amendment will empower local officials to make the best decisions for their communities and ensure that taxpayers get the most bang for their buck with these relief funds that have already been appropriated, and that if we do not authorize their use in the manner I've described, will likely be spent on annual or reoccurring expenses rather than on something that will endure for a long time, like infrastructure. So I hope our amendment will come to a vote in the Senate very soon. There's no reason to rush the amendment process and to cut off good amendments for a vote or consideration that will actually improve this legislation. There are a lot of great ideas out there to strengthen this bill, to maximize the impact of every dollar and pay for these investments responsibly. So let me just close by saying, Madam President, I appreciate the hard work that's gone into this bill so far, and I hope we'll continue to have more opportunities to improve it as the amendment process goes forward.
Madam President.
The junior senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to take some time to share some of my thoughts on this Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act that we're debating today. And I wasn't intending to speak specifically to the amendment that Senator Cornyn just brought up, but I just can't resist saying, man, I wish you well. I think when a bipartisan solution like Senator Cornyn and Senator Padilla have come up with to provide flexibilities to our governors and our communities, it just makes all the sense in the world. So I'm looking forward to voting yes, and I hope we can get a resolution that allows at least 59 of my closest friends to do the same. I want to start out by thanking Senators Portman and Sinema for providing such incredible leadership, and to the group of bipartisan senators that negotiated and coordinated this incredible effort. I also want to thank Senator Capito, who's managing, of course, this floor process, along with Environment and Public Works Committee Chairman Tom Carper. The progress that they have made on this issue with the administration earlier this year, paired with the excellent leadership that they provided the committee, really exemplifies what's possible when we work together, and has allowed us to get to this point. Madam President, reviving America's roads and bridges is a long-standing national priority of Congress, and is one that's taken us too long to address. We need reliable, accessible infrastructure to operate locally and to compete globally. And as it currently stands, the bill before us is well positioned to meet that exact need. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act isn't perfect. No bill ever is. But it makes historic investments in assets that will benefit every American for many, many years. I applaud the group for using the Surface Transportation Bill that we unanimously passed out of the Environment and Public Works Committee as the foundation for this bill. As the lead Republican on the Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee, I know how much time and effort both sides of the aisle have put in to surface transportation reauthorization. The end result reflected the good work we accomplished, and it was the perfect building block for the package that is before us. As you know, Madam President, I was not an original part of this bipartisan negotiating group. However, when I was approached for my input, I'd made my top priorities clear. One, keeping the permitting reforms in our bill, permitting reforms like the one agency decision that was a rule that President Trump put into place, that President Biden removed this first day in office. It's codified in this bill for surface transportation. Prioritizing dedicated funding to states and to their departments of transportation as part of the traditional formula for distribution, and limiting the expansion of urban transit programs, and including the bipartisan bill that Senator Lujan and I introduced to clean up orphaned and abandoned oil and gas wells. I was glad to see these provisions, as well as our committee's Drinking and Wastewater Infrastructure Act, in the bill. I also appreciate the use of unspent COVID-19 relief funds to help pay for these priorities. Rather than being used for paying people to not work and adding fuel to the fire's inflation, this does just the opposite. I thank my colleagues for asking for my opinion, and I'm even more grateful that they listened and included these provisions in our final product. Infrastructure has been a priority for Congress because it's a priority for our constituents. America cannot succeed without a robust infrastructure from one coast to the other in all the places like North Dakota in between. We need roads and bridges to go from farm to town and from town to city to city, and state to state. We use ports and waterways and railroads to move the products that we produce to places they could otherwise never get to. We use rail and air to connect with family and friends and other business associates around the world. And we use broadband connectivity to facilitate transactions, both personal and business. Infrastructure is foundational to our way of life, and it's the constitutional responsibility of the federal government to facilitate interstate commerce, including the movements of goods and services along our highways and byways and waterways and railways. Rural states like North Dakota know this better than most. In fact, Rugby, North Dakota is literally the geographical center of the North American continent. We are landlocked, and we rely on our transportation infrastructure to get where we need to go, and more importantly, to move the products that we produce to where they need to get. For example, North Dakota is the top producer of durum wheat, which gets ground into semolina flour, which becomes the main ingredient in pasta. The wheat goes from the field to a grain elevator by a farm road, to a mill by rail, and to a processing plant by both. And then it goes anywhere from a grocery store in California to a restaurant in New York, or perhaps overseas to a market far away. And just like every other commodity we produce, it requires a reliable infrastructure system that is safe and sufficient for every single mile on the journey. The United States needs rural America, and rural America needs infrastructure. The personal needs it fulfills and the economic benefits it delivers are obvious. Rather than investing trillions of taxpayer dollars on government handouts to people to not work, we can spend money on putting people to work, revitalizing a system that directly benefits all of us. And that's what the plan before us would help accomplish. It's not perfect, no bill is, as I said. And there are parts of it that I don't support. But there are parts I know that some of my colleagues do not support, even though they're top priorities for me. Our founding fathers intended for Congress to collaborate and find common ground. Those are functions of our system. They're not a side effect. It is easy to imagine if every founder had demanded to get everything they wanted and nothing else, well, then we would have had a king. And we may not have had the system of cooperative federalism that we do today. And if enough of them believed that doing nothing is better than getting 80 or 90% of what they wanted, then our more perfect union would never have gotten started and had a chance to become that. The inability to meet in the middle is not an excuse for inaction, especially when it comes to addressing not just the pressing needs of the American people here at home, but also protecting our standing as a country on the world stage. We understand how important infrastructure is, but so does China. So does Russia. So do all of our adversaries who would like to see us continue to fall behind. The Chinese Communist Party would love to see America's roads and bridges crumble. They would be happy to let infrastructure get in the way of American production and allow for them to meet the needs of the global economy in our absence. The bill that we have before us gives us an opportunity to help stop that from happening, Madam President. Now, while I'm all for working across the aisle, that doesn't mean I'll support bills that I fundamentally disagree with, like the $3.5 trillion plus spending bill that Senate Democrats plan to cobble together after we finish this bipartisan infrastructure bill. I oppose the Democrats' reckless tax and spend agenda, and I will join each of my Republican colleagues in opposing it and offering amendments to change its harmful outcomes. That bill is completely separate from the bipartisan infrastructure bill that we're talking about today. They're not tied together despite what rhetoric there may be otherwise. Both should be considered on their own merits separately. What a shame it would be for Democrats to offer the American public a glimpse of bipartisanship and cooperation to only do an about-face and hold it hostage while they jam through a massive tax increase and growth of the federal government, adding to inflation. I hope my colleagues will choose to build on this bipartisan success and resist the urge to follow the partisan whims of their political base. As it stands, Madam President, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act would be a significant win for our country. I know it would be for my state. So far, we have avoided adding poison pills or derailing the process, and I urge my colleagues to keep it that way. North Dakota needs safe and sufficient infrastructure. America needs safe and sufficient infrastructure. And the world needs the United States to have safe and sufficient infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to keep the negative parts of the bill in perspective and to appreciate the opportunity we have today to make a difference for our constituents. I yield the floor.
The junior senator from Utah.
Thank you. The remarks of my colleague from North Dakota have inspired me to stand and join him, and also the fact that we're in a room of great significance and silence reigns, and I hate just to fill it with words, but I think the topic we're talking about is extremely important. I appreciate the good senator's support and effort in helping craft this legislation, this bipartisan legislation to improve our infrastructure in our country. I also salute the leadership on both sides of the aisle for allowing a robust amendment process. There's no question but that there are many opportunities to improve the legislation as written. And the chance for our colleagues to offer adjustments and improvements is part of our tradition and a good part of our tradition. I would concur that we do need to upgrade our infrastructure. I think most Americans who've experienced our infrastructure would come to the same conclusion. Too often our roads are in need of repair. Many times we have communities that are not connected with high-speed travel opportunities from one part of the city to another. Our transit, in some cases, is old, slow, and does not reach communities that need it. Our rail system, particularly on the Northeast, which is an important corridor for travel, is way out of date. Some people know you can drive between some cities where there are trains. You can drive faster than you can take the train. We have structurally deficient and dangerous bridges in some cases that need to be repaired. So I think there's general agreement on both sides of the aisle that we need to improve our infrastructure. It's known by people in this country, and I think particularly brought home to us if you travel in other countries and you see what they're doing, and then you compare where we are, you think, boy, we used to lead the world in these things, and now we're not. And it's having an impact on our productivity as a nation because of the additional travel time necessary for us to get to and from work, as well as other endeavors. If that's going to happen, we have only two options right now, and probably for the indefinite future. Right now, we have a circumstance where my party is in the minority, not by much. We're basically tied here in the Senate, although the tie is broken by the Vice President. So the Democrats have a majority in the Senate, in the House, and of course with the White House. Given that circumstance, it's possible for the Democrats to write an infrastructure bill all by themselves and simply pass it through a process known as reconciliation. That's one option. The other option is to work together on a bipartisan basis where we craft a better bill with the input of Republicans and Democrats. That's the option that's before us now. There is not a third alternative, which is Republicans only draft the bill. I'd love that alternative. It's just not available to us because we don't hold the House, the Senate, and the White House. So we have two options. Do we want our Democrat colleagues to draft a bill all by themselves, or do we want to work together with Republicans and Democrats and fashion something that's bipartisan? Now, I note that when you work on a bipartisan basis, there are some things the Democrats will want to include that we Republicans would rather not have there. And it's obvious that that's the case. I'm sure that's the case for the Democrats as well. They'll see things that we've included that they would just as soon not have there. And it's very easy for either side, or both sides rather, to point out the things in the bipartisan bill that they don't like and to attack it as not being fully in conformity with their views. But that's the nature of two parties working together. Now, some would say we could do better. Let's have another alternative, a different bipartisan approach. My answer is, go at it. Have at it. No one's keeping people from working together. If they want to come up with a better piece of legislation, boy, I'd be anxious to see what it is. But in order to get a bill passed, it must be acceptable to Democrats and Republicans. And that's unless, in my party, we're able to have all Republicans in the House, the Senate, and majority of the House and the Senate and the White House, which we don't have at this stage. So again, the alternative is if you can come up with a better bipartisan bill, do it. Two, amend it as you feel appropriate, and I think they're good amendments that are coming forward that I have supported and will support going forward. But we must not let the desire for perfection on the part of people like myself overcome the desire to have a good bill ultimately reached. I think it's actually counterproductive for either side to take attack shots at the items in the bill they don't like. Instead, bring forward amendments, see if you can improve the bill. If you can't do that, come up with a bill that has bipartisan support, because that's the only alternative we face other than a bill drafted exclusively by Democrats. I, for one, think this bill is a good bill on balance. It'll be good for my state. I think it'll be good for every state. We'll get an upgrade, a badly needed upgrade in the infrastructure of this country. Again, is it ideal? Perfect? Far from it. But it's a big step forward and one heck of a huge step of advantage relative to having one party alone write a piece of legislation. I think it's fair to say if Democrats alone write an infrastructure bill, my state of Utah won't be real happy by the time that's done. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President,
The senior senator from New Hampshire.
is the Senate in a quorum call?
It is not.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm here on the floor today to speak in support of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is the bipartisan legislation that's before the chamber. That will make historic investment in our nation's core infrastructure, and I'm pleased to follow my colleague and friend from Utah, Senator Romney, who was one of those who I worked with to help negotiate this package. This is historic legislation that provides $550 billion in new federal investments over the next 5 years to respond to the needs that are facing our country. This bill will rebuild crumbling roads and bridges and tunnels across the country. It will provide clean drinking water in American homes and address harmful contaminants. It will increase connectivity in our communities to bring broadband to even the most rural parts of our country. It will prioritize sustainable solutions to improve our infrastructure systems for future generations. And it will combat climate change by making the monumental investments in our clean energy grid and electric vehicle infrastructure that we must make. Now, this bill was a long time in the making, as I'm sure my colleague from Utah would agree. Over the past 3 months, there have been many late nights, early mornings, countless conversations about how to make the best use of this opportunity to invest in our nation's infrastructure. I very much appreciate the continued good faith negotiations from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle and the White House and the leadership of Senators Kirsten Sinema and Rob Portman to deliver this bipartisan infrastructure agreement. I also appreciate the work of the chairs and ranking members of relevant Senate committees who laid the foundation for so much of the bipartisan work that has gone into this bill, as well as the leadership of both parties for giving us the space and time to get this agreement to the floor. Now, I could spend all day talking about the many aspects of this legislation that meaningfully invest in our communities and in our country. But today I want to specifically talk about 2 key areas that I worked on. Both of these issues, water and broadband, speak to the critical needs in New Hampshire and across the country. Water and wastewater infrastructure is one of the major investments we make in this bill, $55 billion invested in this area. Now, no parent should have to worry about the safety of their family's water when they turn on the tap. But unfortunately, as most of us know, this is not the case for too many Americans because compromised water supplies, due in part to our rundown water infrastructure, is an issue across this country and in some places in New Hampshire. This was a problem for decades before the pandemic hit, but looking at the crisis like COVID-19 has illustrated just how basic and essential clean and safe drinking water is for our communities. Righting this wrong starts with investing in our water systems, which have been severely underfunded for too long. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, drinking water utilities will need to invest $472.6 billion over the next 20 years in order to provide safe and sufficient drinking water to the American public. Well, fortunately, we have a big chunk of that as a down payment in this proposal. And earlier this year, the Senate passed overwhelmingly on a bipartisan vote the Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act. That bill makes a historic investment in our water infrastructure through authorizations. And in addition to putting significant funding toward that effort, the bipartisan infrastructure package before us includes $15 billion to replace lead service lines, which is a huge public health priority, and it's an issue that's long plagued communities across this country. Another real public health concern that's addressed in this bill is the presence of per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, in our water supplies. Preventing exposure, cleaning up contaminated sites, and understanding the full scope of the health implications associated with these chemicals is critical for so many affected by PFAS in their water. As I've heard again and again from New Hampshire families, discovering that you've been drinking contaminated water can produce a range of emotions from anger and fear to guilt. That's what I heard from so many parents who had children at the former Pease Air Force Base, where they were in child care and parents thought they were safe in those child care centers, but they found out that they'd been drinking water contaminated with PFAS. That contamination at the former Pease Air Force Base forced the city of Portsmouth to shut off 3 drinking water wells in 2014. The contamination was created by the use of firefighting foam by the Air Force when Pease was an Air Force base. One of those wells that was shut down, the Haven well, has just come back online this week after 7 years. It was inoperable for 7 years. PFAS contamination surrounding the St. Gobain manufacturing plant in Merrimack in New Hampshire and in areas around the Coakley landfill Superfund site in the Seacoast create an ongoing worry for Granite State families, also because of PFAS contamination. So you can imagine what those parents felt like when they found out their children had an elevated level of PFAS in their bloodstream, and they didn't really understand what that meant. I remember talking to one mother who told me she had taken her daughter to Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center for her health exam, and she talked to the doctor about the elevated levels of PFAS in her blood, and she said the doctor didn't know what I was talking about because this is an emerging contaminant. But thanks to the work of so many of those affected, people like Andrea Amico in Portsmouth, who helped found a group called Testing for Peas, and folks who were involved with the Merrimack Citizens for Clean Water. They have raised awareness and worked to find solutions to clean up our drinking water. We owe it to them, to all of those families affected by PFAS and contaminated water supplies, a serious commitment to stop this problem where it starts and to give them the peace of mind that they so deserve. The comprehensive measures to address our water infrastructure that are contained in this historic bill will help do just that. Now, water infrastructure is a serious issue that New Hampshire shares with many other states throughout the country. Like water, another shared issue is access to broadband, or high-speed internet service. The challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, just as they highlighted the challenge of not having enough access to clean water, highlighted just how important it is for our communities to have fast and reliable access to the internet. Whether we like it or not, we live in a digital world. We all relied on that digital world more than ever during the COVID crisis so that our kids could go to school, so our grandparents and our families could keep their medical appointments, so our businesses could stay afloat. Of course, even before the pandemic started, the digital divide created an equity issue that deepened disparities in education, health, and business. Now, if you live in a community in northern New Hampshire, how can you attract business to your community if you don't have access to high-speed internet, if the business can't open a website and tell people what they do? Just last month, I met with representatives from several towns in southwestern New Hampshire, another part of our state, where they've been struggling to bring high-speed internet service to their residents. Now, due to their rural nature, these towns and others like them are unable to attract a provider to work with them. About a quarter of those that live in these towns are considered unserved, and far more are underserved. At that session, I talked to a woman named Molly Miller. She's a telecommunications committee member from Hancock, New Hampshire, a town with about 1,600 residents. She talked about the challenges that her family had experienced trying to work and do school from home during the pandemic. She said everyone had to disconnect while her youngest son was participating in college classes. And she shared a story about her son. She said he was unable to turn in his final exam from one of his courses because the file was too large. He couldn't print it. because they didn't have enough speed, download speed, in their house. By the time he made it to the library to print out the file, it was too late. His exam was not accepted. That's just the kind of everyday challenge that families who don't have access to high-speed internet face. And broadband access isn't a partisan priority. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle recognize the need for significant investments to ensure that all of our workers, our students, our families are able to connect to the critical resources that are provided by the internet. This infrastructure bill commits $65 billion to bring high-speed internet to communities in New Hampshire and all across the country. Madam President, these bold investments are what we need to create jobs, to enhance the safety of our infrastructure networks, and to improve this nation's competitiveness. Now, had I written the bill before us on my own, I'm sure like everyone in this chamber, it would have included different priorities than what's before us in some cases. But as we know, that's not how the give and take of negotiations work. It's not how compromise works. You give and you get. And the fact is that New Hampshire and the United States are going to get a whole lot in this infrastructure package. We also know that legislation that has broad bipartisan support stands a better chance at lasting longer without threats of being repealed or reversed. President Biden supports this package, and we've received strong support across the aisle through the procedural votes that we've had so far. I'm proud to have worked with my colleagues to help craft this bipartisan bill, and over the coming days, I know that I'll work with even more people in this chamber as we try and move this legislation through the Senate. Thank you. I look forward to a strong, positive vote by the end of this week, and I yield the floor. And note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today, Mr. President, to talk about the challenges facing the cattle ranchers in my state and across the country. Challenges not just to their day-to-day operations, but to their very livelihoods. And I rise today to talk about what we can do about it. And I have a simple message. We can take action today that will work, and we can take action that will make a difference, and we should take it now. The situation that faces our cattle ranchers in Missouri and around the country, and for that matter, many other livestock producers, are very, very serious, and the situation is frankly untenable. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Just in the last year, the cost to consumers for beef has increased by double digits. That's year on year from 2019 to 2020, double-digit increase. What's happened, though, to cattle ranchers, to those who actually raise the beef, who raise the cattle and then sell it to market? The price for them, has it gone up? No. It's gone down. In fact, over the last decade, cattle ranchers have seen their share of profits decline by double digits. So what's happening here? Cattle ranchers are getting less, much less in some instances, and by the way, so are other producers of livestock, and yet the cost to consumers is going up. Somebody is getting wealthy in this transaction, and that somebody are the packers, the processing companies. In America today, our meat processing, supply chain, equipment, the entire apparatus is owned by just a small handful of companies. Here's what I'm talking about. 4 companies, 4, together control over 80% of this country's beef processing operations, 80%. Even more remarkably, 3 of the giant meat packing companies control 63% of pork producing, 46 of beef packing, 38 of poultry producing. That's just 3 of them, and two, Mr. President, are based in Brazil and China. So you've got 4 major packers that control 80% of the market, 2 of them based overseas. This market concentration is squeezing out the farmers and the ranchers. It is enriching the packers, and it's ultimately hurting consumers. And so I say again, in this system, the only people who seem to win are the monopolists. We've got to do something about it, Mr. President. It's made even worse, the situation, by the fact that these same monopoly packers have been found guilty or otherwise pled to criminal violations, criminal uses of their monopoly status. For example, Pilgrim's Pride, a subsidiary of a Brazilian-owned company called JBS, received $107 million in criminal fines for price fixing in chicken markets. JBS separately paid out at least 3 multi-million-dollar settlements over the past year, while Smithfield, which is owned by China, has paid $83 million to settle pork price-fixing allegations. So here we have these monopoly companies, 2 of them foreign-owned, that are controlling the meat processing industry, controlling the entire supply chain, squeezing American farmers and ranchers, raising prices on consumers, and committing criminal violations while they do it. Now, many have called, including me, for antitrust investigations. Some have called, including me, for antitrust prosecution. And I stand behind those positions. But, Mr. President, I'm here today to say that we must do more. And specifically, it is time for this administration, the Biden administration, to do more, because they have the tools to do so at their disposal. Under federal law, the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, has the authority to refuse to provide or to withdraw inspection services from any of these monopoly packers or anyone who is reasonably connected to them who has been convicted of a felony or any other act or circumstance that indicates a lack of integrity as it concerns public health. That's a broad grant of authority, Mr. President. What it means is that USDA could right now begin to suspend the inspection services for these monopoly companies, to say to these companies, we're not going to allow inspections to go forward, we're not going to allow your production to go forward until you come to the table and agree to resolve and to cease any criminal misconduct and to give a better deal to ranchers and farmers across this country. This authority is already existing under federal law. I want to be clear. It's already on the books. It's already provided for by federal statute, and our ranchers and our farmers need it to be used, and they need it to be used now. So today, I'm calling on the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, to invoke these authorities. Say to the major monopoly companies that USDA will suspend inspection services until they come to the table, until they open their books, until our cattle ranchers and our farmers in Missouri and across this country get relief. I'm making that request of the Secretary of Agriculture today. I hope that he will act today, because our farmers and our ranchers deserve relief today, and they deserve our help and our support as they work to protect the life that they lead, the life that is the backbone in many ways of this country, and as they continue their noble work of feeding the world. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. Peters, Round, 2464. Langford, 2233. Cardin, Wicker, 2478. Daines, 2449. And Scott, 2338, CBO inflation verification. Further, that at 4:15 p.m. today, the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, with no amendment in order to the amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendments, with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption of the amendments listed, with up to 4 minutes equally divided prior to the first 4 votes, and up to 7 minutes for Senator Scott of Florida, and 2 minutes for opponents prior to the Scott vote. Yeah, let me amend that request to 4:25, not 4:15, but 4:25 p.m. I ask unanimous consent to make that modification.
Is there objection? Without objection. Clerk will report the amendments by number.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Peters, proposes an amendment number 2464. For the senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford, number 2233. For the senator from Maryland, Mr. Cardin, number 2478. For Mr. Daines, number 2449. And for Mr. Scott of Florida, number 2338.
President.
Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to a vote in relation to Peters-Rand Amendment number 2464. Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to urge adoption of the Peters-Rounds Amendment number 2464. And I first want to thank Chairman Manchin and Ranking Member Barrasso of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee for work with me on this amendment. I'd also like to thank Senators Rounds, Portman, and Warner for joining me in offering this amendment. It's very straightforward. It simply would align several cybersecurity provisions for the Department of Energy in this infrastructure legislation with existing law. It would require the Department of Energy, the Sector Risk Management Agency for the energy sector, to coordinate with the Department of Homeland Security on cybersecurity efforts. DHS is the lead federal agency for cybersecurity, and they have a central role to play in working across the government to strengthen our cyber defenses. As we have seen from the damaging SolarWinds and Microsoft Exchange attacks, a whole-of-government approach is necessary to protect critical infrastructure. This amendment will ensure that there is a comprehensive approach that effectively coordinates our cybersecurity protections for critical infrastructure across all sectors, reduces duplication of efforts, and helps protect our nation from the persistent threat posed by cyber attacks. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to support this straightforward bipartisan amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the Senator's motion and the amendment. This is a case of where we're trying to eliminate the silos within the federal government. And when it comes to cybersecurity, this is a really good example of one where you have multiple agencies trying to work together. This makes it very clear that it is not just a matter of discussing or consulting, but rather that it will be a coordinated effort, and it recognizes once again that the Department of Homeland Security and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency is taking the lead role. And with that, I would offer my full support as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
I yield back all remaining time.
Without objection. Questions on Amendment 2464. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper.
Aye.
Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blackburn, Carper, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Peters, and Rounds. No senator voted in the negative. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Young? Aye. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Mr. Sass, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Did I read that? Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Yeah, it's got 7 pieces to it. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Coons, aye.
Do you want me to take your amendment?
Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Braun, aye.
Very nice.
Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Brasso, aye. Do you want your... Okay. This makes me... Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Tester, aye.
Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 96, the nays are 2. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is agreed to. Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to, the vote in relation to Langford Amendment number 2233.
I asked the
Delaware.
clock not to start running right away. I just want, Senator Capito and I want to just raise an issue and share it with our colleagues. That last vote took 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and they're getting longer, not shorter. And I want to just use this, I think Senator Capito, I want to use this as an opportunity just to start a conversation amongst our colleagues, see if we can't do better than that, maybe a lot better than that. So start thinking about it, and we'll be interested in your opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just say, add my voice with the chairman of the EPW committee. I think in consideration of everybody's time, we've got 4 more amendments and maybe more. We could roll through these if we would just be concise with the time and come in and vote on time. So if we don't, we might look for more punitive measures, right, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, no, well, you never know. We might do some voice votes. Who knows?
Thank
The
you.
spirit moves us. That would be good. All right, we yield back. Thank you.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Madam President, I have an amendment that we're calling up. It's a very straightforward amendment. This deals simply with how we handle E-Verify. The E-Verify system is very simple and straightforward. It's been used all over the country. It's a nonpartisan issue that we've used for decades now. It verifies whether the people that we're actually hiring and all this purchasing that we're doing, this massive billions of dollars, will actually be...
The Senate will be in order.
The simple, straightforward piece of it is we're putting billions of dollars into our economy right now. We're doing a lot of infrastructure with this bill. The promise should be that we're not just buying American, but we're actually hiring Americans as well. This is a bipartisan issue, quite frankly. President Biden just today released a statement that this is a once-in-a-generation investment in our infrastructure and will create good-paying union jobs.
The Senate will be in order.
President Biden just today said this is a once-in-a-generation investment in our infrastructure will create good-paying union jobs, repairing our roads and bridges, replacing lead pipes, building energy transmission lines. It invests in clean energy, manufacturing, and zero-emission vehicles, ensuring that the jobs in the clean energy industry are good-paying, quality American jobs. That's a great promise to be able to make, and it's a great statement to make. What this amendment does is to make sure it actually is American jobs. We know there's a tremendous pull factor with the American good-paying jobs that are out there. This E-Verify requirement puts in place both for the contractors and subcontractors, they'll actually be American citizens. So with that, I ask for support for this bill.
Voice vote. Hold on a second. Just hold on a second, please. Thank you very much, Senator.
The Senator from Illinois.
Madam President, if you like a federal mandate, here's one. Senator Langford wants a federal mandate to require that anyone who receives a grant from this bill has to sign up for E-Verify. Well, what does that mean? It means a school district in my home state that ended up getting a grant under this bill for energy efficient improvements, renewable energy improvements at public school facilities, would now be required by the Langford Amendment, the federal mandate, to have E-Verify to check out the cafeteria workers at the school district. Is that what we really want to do? Well, how good is E-Verify? Some states have done it voluntarily. 8 of them have done it. You think, if you run all these employees through the E-Verify process, how good is it? Well, I can tell you how good it is. You know how many illegal aliens you find when you go through E-Verify? 1%. 1%. So he's creating a federal mandate and regulations on districts that are just trying to get energy improvement and reduce their costs and putting in an E-Verify requirement to get those illegal aliens. Well, it turns out that isn't the situation at all. It's a mandate that's unnecessary. I beg my colleagues to give these school districts and others no more red tape, but less red tape. Please oppose the Langford Amendment.
Minutes left.
19 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Madam President, this is not just a mandate. This is just a statement if we're going to put American tax dollars in place that we're actually hiring Americans to do it. If we're going to build America, let's also hire Americans in the process. That shouldn't be inconsistent with our basic values.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Book. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoban, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hoeven, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Durbin, Feinstein, King, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warren, and Wyden. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to a vote in relation to Cardin-Wicker Amendment Number 2478. The Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, thank you. I rise to speak in support of Amendment 2478, which would make permanent and expand the Minority Business Development Agency, or the MBDA, which is the only federal agency to focus exclusively on the needs of minority businesses. This amendment is based on the Minority Business Resiliency Act, which I introduced in April, and the language is identical to what was passed out of the Commerce Committee earlier today by a voice vote. I want to thank Senator Wicker and Senator Cantwell of the committee and for their help in getting this to the floor. I also want to thank Senator Tim Scott, Senator Cornyn, and Senator Baldwin, who are also co-sponsors of this amendment, for helping us reach this moment. This amendment will give the agency the resources and leadership necessary to help underserved entrepreneurs overcome historical barriers to small business ownership, innovate, start, and grow successful business, and create jobs. This agency will also partner with historically black colleges and universities and other minority-serving institutions to reach rural minority business enterprises and create a regional network supporting entrepreneurial education and help to educate federal resources, coordinate federal resources in service of minority business enterprises. Last year, the MBDA program and services helped minority businesses secure nearly $8 billion in contracts and capital and created nearly 12,000 jobs. I would ask consent that a letter from 17 stakeholders in support of this amendment be included in the record, which includes the Small Business Majority, U.S. Black Chamber, and U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And with that,
without objection,
I understand that we may be able to do this by a voice vote, so I would ask, after my colleagues have had a chance to speak, consent that we can vitiate the 60-vote requirement. With that, I would yield to my colleague from Mississippi.
Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Madam President. I do appreciate the senator from Maryland joining on this. Everything he said about committee action today in the Commerce Committee is exactly correct. I subscribe to every statement that he made. I couldn't improve on it. I urge a yes vote, and I am indeed hopeful we can vitiate the roll call vote and save some time by voicing this one. I yield back.
The Senator from Maryland.
We have cleared this with both the Democrats and Republicans who are managing the bill, and I would ask unanimous consent to vitiate the 60-vote requirement on the Cardin-Wicker Amendment number 2478.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. Order. There will now be 4 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to a vote in relation to Dane's amendment.
Madam President, the Senate's not in order. Senate's not in order.
Be in order. Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to a vote in relation to Dane's amendment 2449.
Madam President.
Senator from Montana.
Madam President, there is funding in this bill for a complex program that would lead to very few actual forest projects, and I fear would only function as a shell for programs like the Climate Conservation Corps. And to be good stewards of our forests, we need to be good stewards of our limited resources. This amendment does that by redirecting these funds to higher priority accounts like Good Neighbor Authority and post-fire treatment. Good Neighbor Authority has routinely enjoyed very bipartisan support in this body and has proven to be one of the most effective forestry tools. Given recent, past, and present wildfire seasons, redirecting funds to post-fire treatment just makes sense. It's early August and Montana's on fire. There are nearly 300,000 acres burning across our state. We need to manage our forests before they manage us. And in order to do so, we need to invest in higher priority accounts, and my amendment would do just that.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I'll explain my reasons. Senator Daines' amendment seeks to alter the funding levels of provisions in the Energy Infrastructure Act as reported out of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Specifically, the amendment cuts funding for hiring veterans and Native youth to do fire prevention projects and directs that funding to post-fire rehabilitation projects and to states to carry out projects on federal land. We are supportive of both post-fire projects and states doing work on federal land. That's why we funded these programs at unprecedented levels in our bill. However, we also support fundings for veterans and Native youth, so I do not believe it's appropriate to cut the funding for this program. So I urge my colleagues to please vote no on this amendment.
Yeah. Madam President, could I have order?
Senator, the Senate will be in order.
Madam President, we've had 2 votes in this tranche. First vote, about 50 minutes from start to close. Second vote, about 25 minutes. And we're going to propound a unanimous consent request. And I'm tempted to do it right now to try to figure out what would be reasonable. And my sense is that maybe 15 minutes would be reasonable, but a real 15 minutes. And we'll start with that. And do we have any objection? All right, Madam President, I would ask that we make this a 15-minute vote and a real 15-minute vote. Thank you.
Without objection. The senator from West Virginia.
I'm so sorry. I ask unanimous consent that Amanda Hoffman, a legislative fellow on my staff, be granted privileges of the floor for the remainder of the 117th Congress.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Is there further debate?
I ask nays.
Senator from Montana.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
No further debate. The question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Paul, Portman, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Burr, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Cardin, Carper, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, and Warnock. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester? No. Ms. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. King? Mr. King? No. Ms. Cinema? Ms. Cinema? No. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Haggerty? Mr. Haggerty? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn? Oh. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mr. Booker? Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. No. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 50. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, our nation is nearly $30 trillion in debt. That's $233,000 in debt for every American family.
It's not in order.
The Senate will come to order.
Thank you, Senator Carper. The American people are already feeling the pressure of rising inflation thanks to reckless government spending. And make no mistake about it, inflation is a tax that hurts our families on low and fixed incomes the most. I'm hearing it from families across Florida who are worried. I heard from a dad in Jacksonville with 3 kids who's helping to temporarily take care of 2 other kids because their father's out of work. As a result of having 5 kids in his home, he started working a second job to pay for all the groceries that are rapidly increasing price. His second job is driving Uber, and that is less and less profitable by the day because of the rising price of gas. Over the weekend, the suspension on the federal debt ceiling expired. That leaves Congress with 2 choices: continue this reckless, wasteful spending with no accountability to the American people, or start making the tough choices to put our nation on a successful path. I know we can make the right choices and start moving America in a better direction. That's exactly what I did when I was governor of Florida. Our state was on a bad path. I had to make difficult choices, but I paid down 1/3 of state debt, all while cutting taxes 100 times. It can be done. Washington's choice to keep raising and suspending the debt ceiling is like raising the limit on your credit card month after month with absolutely no plan to pay it off. It's irresponsible, and it's no way to operate. You would never run your business or family the way Washington runs. It's wasteful and dysfunctional. I came to Washington to rein in this exact type of dysfunction. We have to get our debt and spending under control. We need to make Washington work for families in Florida and all across the nation. That's why I'm leading my colleagues in a proposed rule change that would require every piece of legislation
The Senate will come to order.
passed by a Senate committee to include a report on how it will impact inflation. It's very simple. When legislation directly or indirectly raises the cost of living or raises taxes on American families, families deserve to know. Too many in Washington believe the lie that inflation is impossible, debt doesn't matter, and spending has no consequences. That's why this rule change is needed. This rule change is to protect that father in Jacksonville who is struggling to get by. It's to protect those living on fixed incomes, low-income earners, and small businesses who can't absorb cost increases. I ask unanimous consent that the Rules Committee be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 327. I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
The Majority Whip.
I rise in opposition to this unanimous.
Senate's not in order.
Come to order.
I rise in opposition to the unanimous consent request from the senator from Florida. The amendment before us would change the standing rules of the Senate and require additional reporting requirements regarding inflation, a change which would substantially increase the administrative burden on committees and staff and the process on the floor. We already have significant tools at our disposal to evaluate economic indicators. We have economists at the Department of Labor, Treasury Department, Congressional Budget Office, Federal Reserve, and other federal offices, regularly consulting with Congress on issues about inflation and other economic indicators. This is totally unnecessary. For these reasons, I oppose this resolution and the request for unanimous consent. I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, while I'm disappointed that my colleague won't accept this measure, we do need to start doing something about inflation, and we can do that today with the infrastructure spending bill. We can all get behind real infrastructure like roads, bridges, airports, and seaports, but we have to acknowledge that $1.2 trillion is a massive amount of taxpayer dollars. And we have to know exactly how this will impact families. I've been told by supporters of this infrastructure bill that it will not cause inflation. I will not support anything that increases inflation on American families. I have an amendment to the infrastructure package that will require the Congressional Budget Office to certify that the spending in this bill will not increase inflation on the American people. If CBO does not certify that the spending authorized and appropriated in the bill would not increase inflation, my amendment would prohibit the funding from being obligated or spent, and the funds would instead be transferred to the Treasury Department for deficit reduction. I hope everybody will get behind this amendment. Thank you.
Is there time in opposition? Time is yielded back. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Oh, my God. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Cardin, Warren. Mr. Barrasso. No, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Yes, I do. Thank you. I got it. Yep. Yep. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, thank you, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Ms. Sass, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz. Shouldn't do that. I got you. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune. Thank you. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Burr, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Scott of Florida, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Blunt, Booker, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Sass, aye. Islamis, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wyden, no. What? Mr. Brown, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Warner, no. This is Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. From Delaware is recognized.
President, Senator Capito and I have a couple comments we'd like to offer before we start on this amendment with Senator Lee. And that is, we consulted with both leaders, both Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell. They're in agreement that 15 minutes firm is the vote. So when we start this vote, folks have 15 minutes to get here after we start the vote to vote. And if they're not here, they're too late. So that's the idea. We've spent way too much time waiting for people. We have 3 amendments lined up, and we're going to vote them and be punctual. Senator Capito.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in full support of using the 15-minute deadline that we have anyway and actually enforcing this. There's a lot of interest in this bill, as there should be. There are a lot of amendments pending. We want to get as many members in and have their amendments in the queue as we possibly can. But if people don't come down and vote and show courtesy to everybody, I said in my last statements we're going to go to punitive measures. I'm not sure voting within the allotted time is really a punitive measure, but that's what we're aiming for, and I'm fully supportive of that.
I would just ask any staff, any members that are watching, staff, to let your senators know it's 15 minutes. That's it. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. Number 1 is Lee, 2279. Number 2 is Rosen, 2358. Further, that the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, with no amendments in order to the amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendments, with 60 affirmative votes required for the adoption of the Lee amendment listed, and with up to 4 minutes equally divided prior to each vote.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Lee, proposes an amendment number 2279 to amendment number 2137. Senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Ms. Rosen, proposes an amendment number 2358 to amendment number 2137.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah is recognized.
Mr. President, in reference to my amendment number 2279, this is what we're trying to deal with here. In order to help expedite the review of projects that are subject to NEPA, Congress authorized in the FAST Act for states to assume the duties of conducting the NEPA analysis. For example, the Federal Highway Administration has entered into agreements with 7 states, including Alaska, Arizona, California, Florida, Ohio, Texas, and Utah, to assume this responsibility with great success, providing an opportunity for states to leverage their unique understanding of their own states in order to better carry out NEPA's requirements. To build on this success, Congress should look to expand the ability of states to partner with the federal government for these types of reviews in their state's water infrastructure projects. My amendment would require the Department of the Interior to set up a program similar to the existing Surface Transportation Project Delivery Program, so that any state may voluntarily assume the agency's NEPA responsibilities for their water storage infrastructure projects. As I said just a moment ago, states already have a history of successfully conducting this work in the transportation space. In 2020, for example, California conducted 33 environmental assessments, 32 findings of no significant impact, 2 environmental impact statements, 3 records of decision, and the list goes on and on. In just the last half of 2020 alone, Arizona conducted over 50 categorical exclusion analyses. These are clearly roles that states are able and excited to handle. In fulfilling these responsibilities, states would be subject to the same rigorous environmental requirements as their federal partners, employing the very same standards. Just as projects led by federal agencies can be halted due to insufficient NEPA analysis, states would also be held to the same standard. With much of the West experiencing a severe drought with dire consequences, allowing states to aid the federal government in NEPA review in order to expedite water storage infrastructure projects is not just common sense. It's a necessity. It's a matter of survival. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment 2279.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by our colleague from Utah. This amendment would undermine the National Environmental Policy Act, also known as NEPA, by allowing states to assume responsibility for undertaking complex reviews of federal action. These are reviews that Congress vested explicitly in the federal agencies who permit or license projects that could adversely affect our environment. NEPA is designed to ensure that federal agencies consider major actions carefully, to ensure those decisions do not unduly impact water quality, endangered species, community well-being, air quality, and other environmental resources. NEPA is a critical analytical tool that ensures that federal decision makers are better informed and that the affected community has an opportunity to engage and be heard. Today, as the world is in the midst of 6 great extinction events and climate change is having ever greater impact on a natural world, we should be making decisions more carefully than ever, not just to improve outcomes, but also to avoid wasting money on projects that are not resilient to withstand climate change. This amendment would instead turn over responsibility for that critical analysis to the states. The bill before us includes many environmental deregulatory provisions, more in fact than many of us would prefer. However, it has been drafted in the spirit of bipartisan compromise. This bill is drafted includes provisions to set deadlines for project review schedule in order to reduce project review timelines. It provides or expands categorical exclusion from NEPA. It also permits permanently authorizes the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council. Unlike these provisions, which were the product of committee deliberation and compromise, the amendment that our friend from Utah has offered would significantly alter the process for federal environmental review without any committee deliberations on such major changes. These sweeping changes are inappropriate and unwarranted, and I urge our colleagues to join me in voting no.
30 seconds.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's important to remember these are the exact same standards that would apply. We do this all the time in other areas. Federal regulatory agencies, on a continual basis with the blessing of Congress, are given authority to carry out a federal program. In fact, we already do this with NEPA in the context of the Federal Highway Administration. This works. States are competent. It's a matter of expanding the human resources to which we have access. These are the exact same standards. There is no environmental threat. This would just allow this stuff to get done faster. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on Amendment 2279. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray,
Sarah just called. She said that this tally was read on the floor as 52-45, but it's 42-55.
Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla,
No.
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cornyn, Crapo, Ernst, Hoven, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Sass, Scott of Florida, Thune, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Leahy, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Schumer, Sinema, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen. Mr. Rubio, aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. No. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. No. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen. No. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 50. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. How long did that last 15-minute vote take?
While the vote was scheduled for 15 minutes, it took 37.
Would you, Senator yield?
Mr. President, I asked unanimous consent that the following roll call votes be 10 minutes in length.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Let me just take a minute for Senator Capito to explain what's going on. Okay? We're lined up right now for three. Well, look, wait. Listen up. We're lined up right now to do 3 voice votes. Negotiations are going forward on an amendment from Senator Schumer's related to Commerce Committee jurisdiction. And after that, I think the last vote will be that of Senator Fisher, and we'll be done. And the reason why we've had this delay is in order to provide time for negotiation to occur on the Schumer amendment with the Commerce Committee, and I think they're just about resolved. I don't like it. It is what it is. And I thank you. We just want to thank you all for your patience. We are close to the end. And I would just ask when we ask for a voice vote on the amendment from Senator Jackie Rosen, then we get a voice vote. And I would ask that we ask for a voice vote on the Carper-Inhofe amendment. We get a voice vote. And if we do all that, we'll be halfway home. So thank you for your patience. We're almost there.
Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate equally divided.
Can I review just to hold it just for a moment, please?
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, let me have order. Let me have order, please.
Order.
Please have
order.
order.
Please take your conversations
All
off
right.
the floor. Order.
I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. Carper, Inhofe, 2564. Bennett, Hoven, 2548. Further, that the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed with no amendments in order to the amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendments with up to 2 minutes equally divided prior to each vote.
Is there objection? Without objection. Clerk will report the amendments by number.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for himself and others, proposes an amendment number 2564 to amendment number 2137. The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Bennett and Mr. Hoven, proposes an amendment number 2548 to amendment number 2137.
Under the previous order, there will now be 4 minutes of debate equally divided prior to a vote in relation to Rosen Amendment number 2358. Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, last summer, the United States saw up close the horrific damage that wildfires can do to our communities. In 2020, nearly 300,000 acres in Nevada burned to the ground. Right now,
Please take your conversations off the floor.
Right now, the Tamarack Fire is devastating the Nevada-California border and local communities. These natural disasters have done real, lasting damage to our nation's highways, causing cracks, potholes, and in some cases, literally melting the roads that we drive on. My colleague, Senator Risch, and I offer this bipartisan amendment to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which would add wildfires as specified damage for which federal assistance from the National Highway Performance Program may be used to rebuild our highways. This will provide support to increase the resiliency of the national highway system, helping to mitigate the cost of the damages. I ask all my colleagues to support this amendment.
Is there further debate?
I rise in support of this amendment. I hope we'll get everybody to vote for it. Let's do a vote so we can move on.
Who yields time? Senator from West Virginia. Hearing no further debate, question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. The amendment is agreed to.
President, I
Senator
rise
Delaware.
now to discuss my amendment with Senators Inhofe, Wicker, and Duckworth. Can we have order? Can we have order?
Please take your conversations off the floor. Senator Delaware.
This amendment makes several changes to the appropriations section of the substitute in the section that funds the Army Corps of Engineers. In WARDA 2020, Senator Brasso and I heard multiple times about the struggles of small, rural, and economically disadvantaged communities in meeting project cost shares. These projects range from aquatic ecosystem restoration to flood control and new levees. Yet because the Corps is required to cost share the work, these small, rural, and poor communities never get the assistance they need. Last year, Senator Brasso and I created a CAP authority that allows for the Corps to pay for the full expense of these projects to help these disadvantaged communities finance the infrastructure the community needs. This amendment also makes clarifying changes to the inland waterways funding. In addition to a technical correction, it makes clear that the funding provided in this act must be prioritized for projects on the Capital Investment Strategy Report, the guiding document for the Core Island Waterways Project. And finally, this amendment makes sure that inland flooding projects are prioritized for economically disadvantaged communities and life safety-related projects. This supports equity for disadvantaged communities while prioritizing projects with the highest need. This is a good bill, it's a good amendment, and the small tweaks that make it stronger. I urge my colleagues to support our amendment and hope that we might do so unanimously. I yield. Senator Inhofe would be here. He's in Oklahoma with his family right now. I think some of you understand that. So he urges the support as well.
Is there further debate? The question is on the amendment 2564. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
And with that, Mr. President, I've been asked to put in a quorum call. We'll wait for the arrival of Senator Bennett. He should be here momentarily.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Can we get order, please?
Thank
Under
you,
the
Mr.
previous
Pre-
order, there will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to a vote in relation to Bennett-Hoban Amendment 2548.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak about Bennett-Hoban Amendment 2548. Our amendment would formally establish the Joint Chiefs Program at USDA. And I know a lot of people haven't heard of this initiative, but it's really, really important. As I've said on this floor before, in western states like Colorado and North Dakota, our forests and our grasslands are as important to our economy as the Lincoln Tunnel or the Brooklyn Bridge are to New York. But they haven't received nearly enough investment over the years. The result is that we have people on the ground across the West who are working with incredibly constrained resources, but despite their best effort, there's a lot of important work to maintain the health of our forests and grasslands that they're unable to do. And the consequences of this have been terrible in the West. In Colorado, we had the 3 largest wildfires in our history last year. The fires were still burning when the snow fell for the first time. That's never happened in anyone's memory. As we consider this infrastructure bill tonight, one of the major east-west corridors in America is closed because of mudslides that poured down the burn scar from the wildfires last year. Now I-70 may be closed for weeks. And so we need to deal with this on the front end, and that's why the Joint Chiefs Program matters. At USDA, the Forest Service works mostly on public lands, while the Natural Resources Conservation Service supports efforts on private land. Joint Chiefs allows them to vote in a collaborative way. I thank Senator Hoeven for his support, and I hope we'll vote for this on voice vote.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
I'm pleased to join with the senator from Colorado on this Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Partnership Act. Appreciate his leadership. And just several points I want to make here before we vote, and that is this program is very popular with landowners. And I think that's important. This very popular program with landowners, it's completely voluntary program. We have checked with CBO. It does not score, so it does not have a score. And again, both the majority and minority on ag agree and support this legislation. So again, farmer-friendly, rancher-friendly, popular with landowners. I thank the senator from Colorado, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
For debate. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, colleagues, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. The first of those is Fisher, 2164 with Cortez Masto. Is that correct? Yes. And the second is Schumer, 2570. Further, that the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, with no amendments in order to the amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendments, with up to 2 minutes equally divided prior to each vote.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the amendments by number.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, proposes an amendment number 2164 for Mrs. Fisher to amendment number 2137. The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, proposes an amendment for Mr. Schumer number 2570 to amendment number 2137.
Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to a vote in relation to Fisher Amendment 2164.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Carper and Senator Capito, for the work that you've been doing here on the floor. Appreciate your diligence in trying to get amendments up. I'm glad to offer this bipartisan amendment with my colleague from Nevada. It would promote transparency among all federal funding avenues for broadband infrastructure deployment, Right now, funding is divided among several agencies: FCC, NTIA, USDA, HHS, Treasury, and many others. Some of these programs have detailed maps of where funding is going, but some do not. Even when there are maps, it still requires searching through several web pages and sources to find out what you're looking for, if you can find it at all. So without a clear picture of where the funding is going, it will be increasingly difficult to avoid duplication and distribute resources where they are needed the most. So our amendment would create an online mapping tool through an interagency process so we can view the latest progress of all these deployment projects in one place. I would urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
My colleague from Nebraska, in support of this bipartisan amendment. Transparency around broadband is so important for all of our communities, and it fits with, I think, what we are all doing to address our broadband needs across the country and trying to ensure we're getting broadband into the communities most in need. So I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
I understand there's been a request for, let me ask the senator from Nebraska, I understand there's been a request for recorded vote. Can you confirm that or not?
Okay, recorded vote would be fine.
All right, very much. It'll be a recorded vote. And let me ask colleagues, 10 minutes, is that okay? 10 minutes? 10 minutes from start to finish, that's it. And then the last amendment will be Schumer. All right, let's do this in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, all right. Read the Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney,
Are we not having a great time?
Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse.
Tony, did you email someone? I did. Is anybody?
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Braun, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Leahy, Lujan, Lummis, Manchin, Merkley, Moran, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Portman, Reed, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Shelby, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Young. No senator voted in the negative. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye.
He wants to put the gavel down.
Mr. Tuberville, aye.
The yeas are 95. The nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Under the previous order, there will now be two. Order, please. Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to vote in relation to Schumer Amendment 2570. Senator from New York.
I rise in support of this amendment. It's a bipartisan amendment with Senator Wicker, and this is about just giving basic safety regulations to those super long stretch limousines. And the reason why Senator Schumer and I care about this, there was a horrible, horrible incident in upstate New York in Schoharie where 20 people were killed. In that one limousine, 17 passengers, 4 young women from the same family. A mom lost 4 daughters and 2 recently married couples. They hired the limousine to go safely to a birthday party. This cannot continue. And I yield to Senator Wicker.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I too rise in support of this amendment. It is in response to a tragic automobile accident that affected a number of families. I want to thank Senator Schumer's staff for working with the ranking member, with me, the ranking member, and the chair of the Commerce Committee to get this language correct. It's in good shape. I entirely agree with the junior senator from New York.
Voice vote.
Vote yes.
Is there sufficient second?
Second.
Appears to be. What's next? Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. Aye. I shouldn't have said that. Thank you very much. Aye, thank you. Yep. Thank you. Cornyn. I did, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Gotcha. No.
It has to be over 25 feet.
You got me right, Wicker. You
I
got
did,
me.
thank you.
Drivers will be less safe.
I beg your pardon, I need to change mine to no.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yep.
That was not very assertive.
No, no. All right, Ernst. Polly, gotcha. Young. King. I gotcha.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Gotcha. Marcus. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Look at the muscle guy.
Is he an eye? Thank you.
Did you get a vote?
I did. Yes, you are. Yes, yes. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Sorry, who just told me that? Thank you. Shots. Haggerty. Senator. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. You're an aye and you're a no. Mr. Brown. I know. Thank you. Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. No. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Burr, Cardin, Casey, Cassidy, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, King, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Merkley, Moran, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Rubio, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Tester, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Well, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Thune, aye.
You ready? The yeas are 58, the nays are 39, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President,
The majority leader is recognized.
before I close, I have some brief remarks. First, on the bill that just passed, let me thank my colleagues for passing this very important bill. It stems from the fact that in 2018, 20 lives were lost in a tragic limousine accident in Schoharie, New York. The families came from the small city of Amsterdam, the people. They had done just the right thing. It's a group that went out. They knew they might be enjoying themselves, and so they hired a big, long stretch limo. Unfortunately, as the limo came down the hill in Schoharie, it crashed, and 20 people died. I met the families. These were young people in the prime of life. I met one mom. She lost 4 daughters in this crash. This community of Amsterdam and these families have endured endless tragedy. But instead of cursing the darkness, they have lit a candle. And they are pushing for the fact that there's a hole in regulation. We regulate trucks and we regulate smaller limos. But when it's a large limo, they're not sure what it's classified as, and there's virtually no regulation. This legislation fills that hole. The accident was preventable. There was another accident on Long Island, 4 young women in the prime of life killed in the same way. That was preventable. Now, Congress finally has the opportunity to address the gaps and loopholes that have allowed limousines to escape the basic safety standards that cover other vehicles. My amendment, and that with Senator Gillibrand, would ensure that limousines meet minimum safety standards. It mandates seat belts and seat safety standards, and it will save lives. So I thank my colleagues for supporting this amendment. It's a beautiful thing what these families are doing. The hole in their heart will never go away. The hole in the heart of the whole city of Amsterdam, which lost so many of their vital young men and women, will never go away. But instead of cursing the darkness, they're lighting the candle, and tonight the candle was lit, thanks to the bipartisan cooperation we have here. So I thank my colleagues. Now, on the matter of today, the Senate's making really good progress, really good progress. As you know, I had promised when we opened up our 2-track process that we would be fully bipartisan in the amendment process as we move forward on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Well, I think no one can deny that we have kept our word here in the Democratic majority. So far, the Senate has considered 22 amendments on this bipartisan piece of legislation, 15 of them today. That's more legislation, more amendments than probably happened in many months when we were in the minority. Of those amendments, 12 have been agreed to, 5 by voice vote, 7 by roll call. 10 were not agreed to. 13 of those 22 amendments, more than half, were sponsored by Republicans. So clearly, Mr. President, we have shown a willingness to allow members who are not part of the bipartisan group to have input into this important bill. Tomorrow, we will continue to consider amendments, and then hopefully we can bring this bill to a close in the very near future. So the Chamber is working as members on both sides of the aisle have wanted it to. I'm proud of what we've been able to do today and hope we can continue tomorrow in that vein. And now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Thursday, August 5, that following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 3684.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Portman.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. President, I thank the Majority Leader for allowing me to say a few words tonight, and I want to commend him and the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, for allowing us to have this series of amendments. The Senate has worked its will and will continue to work its will tomorrow. As was said, there have been 22 amendments on the floor. About half of them are Democrat amendments, about half of them are Republican amendments. I will say also there's just been a lot of discussion that has ensued because of this amendment process. So a lot of people have had the opportunity to discuss their issues, to try to improve the bill in certain ways, and frankly, a lot of these amendments were accepted. They were voted on positively, one just recently with regard to a safety issue that was just discussed, and improved the bill. So that's the way this place ought to work, and I think it's consistent with what we tried to do in this process from the beginning, where we saw an opportunity to pull out core infrastructure from a much larger package and deal with it without raising taxes, but by focusing on bipartisan solutions. And that's exactly what the underlying bill does. The next step in that then was to say, let's try to have an open amendment process too, and sure enough, we have. I had some colleagues of mine come up to me tonight and say, you know, it's nice to see the Senate working its will again, because these are colleagues who were around in previous decades where, you know, they saw this more often. So again, I want to thank my colleagues for going through this process. It requires some patience. It requires some consensus. Some amendments had to be altered in some ways to be sure that both sides were comfortable having votes on them. But at the end of the day, we're able to say that people's voices are being heard, and this will continue tomorrow. I just saw a list of about 10 amendments. I know there are others as well that people would like to offer tomorrow, and I'm all for it, as is Senator Sinema. Senator Sinema and I are very pleased that members have the opportunity to express themselves. Mr. President, I'd also like to talk a little about what this bill does and why it's so important for our country. For the past 2 days, we've been working through this amendment process, and sometimes we lose sight of the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is we as a country have an infrastructure system that's badly in need of repair. We are consistently rated as a country with an infrastructure system that frankly hasn't kept up with the rest of the world. So there's a group called the World Economic Forum, and they give a report card every couple years, and America ends up, you know, 13th or 14th in the world in terms of infrastructure. That's not where we want to be. By the way, on a broader gauge of competitiveness, we're right up at the top in terms of our trade system, our tax system, our economic system generally, but with regard to infrastructure, we're not. As some of you have heard me say before, this is about competitiveness too. Think about this. China spends 3 or 4 times more as a percent of their GDP than we do on infrastructure. The reality, as I've looked at those numbers, is it's even higher than that. But let's say 3 or 4 times higher. Why? Because they get it. They're trying to outcompete us in every way, including having better ports, better rail, better airports, the ability to both buy and sell their products overseas. And we, here in America, want to be at the top of that list. So that's why it's very important, from my point of view, that we focus on the economic impact here. If we get this bill passed, it will make our economy more efficient, therefore more productive, therefore the economy will grow, therefore more tax revenue will come into the coffers. There's been a lot of discussion about the pay-fors in this legislation. We'll know more as the CBO report tells us very specifically how it's paid for. But the bottom line is, much of what happens in this bill, which is spending for capital assets, this long-term spending, it's not going to be spent next year. It may be spent in 5 years or 10 years. It may be a bridge in Georgia. It may be a port in Alabama. Those take years and years and years. The funding we're providing, the $550 billion in this bill, will be spent over that period of time, will add to those hard assets. It's as a result of that on the supply side of the economy, creating jobs, creating hard assets like the bridges and like the ports, and as a result of that, it's actually counterinflationary. So I know there's been concern on the floor, including raised today in one of the amendments, about the fact that more spending leads to more inflation. Not this kind of spending. That's kind of spending that would lead to it is more what's called the demand side of the equation. You know, as an example, the stimulus checks or even the unemployment insurance benefits, that led to more demand in the economy. And yes, that did drive up our inflation over the past several months and continues to. This is not that. This is spending over the long haul that will create these capital assets that will make our economy more efficient and should be counterinflationary. We have a number of economists who have spoken to this, Doug Holtzeek, and some of you know, also Michael Strain, who's at the American Enterprise Institute. The Penn Wharton study on this is very interesting. They say actually that our legislation, as they analyze it, will end up growing the economy, creating more jobs, and actually reducing the deficit, meaning more money will come into the coffers than we're spending here that's not paid for with CBO certified official scores because of the economic impact of this. So this is very important for all of our constituents. It's also important for our broader economy to make sure America stays at the forefront and that we can be competitive for our kids and our grandkids. Let's take the state of Ohio as an example, since I happen to be from Ohio, and why it's going to help my state. Ohio is a big infrastructure state. We got a lot of roads and a lot of bridges. Ohio's roadway network has a lot of congestion also. It's estimated that the congestion in Ohio costs motorists an estimated $4.7 billion each year in lost time and wasted fuel. That's according to the American Society of Civil Engineers, who scored Ohio's roads at a D in their 2021 infrastructure report card, a D. Now, the nation as a whole is only a C- under their analysis. Ohio's a D, so we're a little worse than the nation as a whole. As a whole, again, we're falling behind, but Ohio particularly. We're second in the nation for the number of bridges. We got a lot of little rivers and railroad tracks in Ohio, so we got a lot of bridges. We have 44,736 bridges in Ohio. And by the way, they've looked at these bridges. Their analysis is nearly half of them are not in good condition. Our farmers who are working to plant crops in their field want to be able to then get those crops to market. They want to get them to the elevators. They want to be able to export them. They care about infrastructure. The moms and dads across Ohio who commute to work every day would a heck of a lot rather spend their time with their kids than sitting in a car in a traffic jam on, I-71 or 75 or I-270 or I-70. We've got a lot of great roads in Ohio, but frankly, they can't keep up with the demand, so we've got a lot of traffic jams during rush hour. Those are some of the people who care a lot about infrastructure. Our manufacturers in Ohio, we make everything in Ohio. We make cars, we make washing machines, we make tanks. We're proud of what we make in Ohio and what we export all around the world. We got to be sure and get those products to market too. So infrastructure is really important. Today I talked to a company in Ohio that has trucks all over Ohio, in the country for that matter. It's the Cintas Corporation. They're the uniform company, but they do a lot more than uniforms. They're excited about this bill because it's going to help them be more efficient in their delivery of their services. That's the same with our truckers. I talked to a trucking company person yesterday who was interested in how this would affect the truck stops and wanted to know about, electric vehicle charging stations and so on. But the bottom line was this person said, this is going to help because our truckers want to have a safe road and a safe bridge and want to be able to meet their requirements and not get stuck in traffic jams and be able to make more money on the road, frankly. So this is something that helps our constituents across the board. But it goes well beyond just our roads. This is also about water infrastructure in this legislation. Communities across our state deserve water infrastructure that's going to deliver them clean, safe drinking water. We've got a lot of old water systems in Ohio that need help and need it badly. We also have a lot of wastewater systems in Ohio that are in trouble. Some of you may know this, but there are new EPA rules that have come out over the past couple decades about wastewater systems, and particularly combined sewer overflow systems, where when you have a lot of rain in many of our systems in Ohio, there's a combination of the sewer system and the wastewater system, and that's not safe. And yet fixing it is really expensive. Those communities, mostly mid-sized cities in Ohio, but some larger cities as well, have all said to me, can you help us a little more on water infrastructure? With the revolving loan program we have in here, the ability for them to get low-interest federal loans to be able to expand their water infrastructure system. They'll be able to do that in this legislation, as well as receive grants from the federal government to help them ensure that we do have water systems that work. Folks in rural parts of our state, Ohio is an Appalachian state. We have about 32 counties considered part of Appalachia. And guess what? In most of those counties, we have virtually no internet. I mean, sometimes there's real slow internet you can get, but virtually no internet. And this is why, for some of our kids in those counties in Ohio, these are rural counties that don't have access to Wi-Fi of any speed that's appropriate for school, much less work. These kids are falling behind. And particularly, of course, during the pandemic, when they had to rely on online learning. And the stories are out there, and you know them. And the mom that comes up to me when I'm out and about in Ohio and says, you know what, I've had to take my kid to the parking lot of the library, which is a 45-minute drive for me across rural Ohio roads, to be able to do her homework. I mean, that makes no sense. We want the digital divide to be closed. We want the ability for those kids in rural Ohio to have access to the internet just as kids can get access to it in suburban or more urban settings. But even in the suburban and urban settings, we want to help be sure those kids have the hookup to their home to be able to get that internet and to be able to afford that internet. So this legislation is unprecedented in many ways in terms of infrastructure. More roads, more bridges, more ports, more water systems, but it's also historic, unprecedented in terms of the expansion of broadband, finally. Again, this is about catching up. There are countries around the world that actually have better broadband than we do that are not even developing countries, not even developed countries. They are poorer countries. You would think of that might be a little behind, but they're sort of leapfrogging us in terms of technology because they realize how important having that internet built out is. The other issue is for telehealth. There are more and more people who are relying on telehealth. Part of this comes out of the pandemic when people kind of had to do that. They didn't want to go into a doctor's office or go into a hospital for fear of the COVID pandemic. And frankly, right now with the variants and Delta variant in particular, there are some people who are still now, unfortunately, not comfortable going to a healthcare setting. But they need to have an appointment. They need to have someone to check them out. They need perhaps, with regard to behavioral health, to have the ability to have a consult. They can do that online now. And the federal government has been reimbursing that for the first time, but because before under Medicare and Medicaid, that was very difficult. So this is going to be a growing part of our healthcare system. And I think it's a good thing, sort of a rare silver lining in a terrible dark cloud of the pandemic, that we've learned how to do telehealth better. But what if you don't have access to internet? So what if you're a veteran in Southeast Ohio and you've got to drive 2.5 hours to the VA clinic, and instead you'd like to use telehealth because it makes a lot more sense for you, for your situation, particularly during the pandemic, but you don't have internet. For that veteran, that's not fair. So telehealth is another reason for us to expand internet access. And finally, just for our economic benefit in these communities, we want more startups. We want more companies to be able to be successful. Without internet, let's face it, it's going to be very, very difficult. So these are all part of this legislation as well. The hard core infrastructure you think of, like roads and bridges, yes. Water infrastructure, yes. Ports, rail, freight, but also the digital infrastructure that ties our country together. That's part of this legislation as well. And again, it's why economists who look at this say, this is actually going to help make our economy work better, make it more efficient. We'll be more productive as a country. We'll have more economic growth, and then more revenue will come in. That's why this is so popular. I mean, when you think about it, what can everybody agree on in America today? Not much. You know, we're a country that's more divided, and that saddens me. It concerns me, particularly as we face challenges, some of which, like the pandemic, are here domestically, some of which are global challenges brought on by some of our adversaries like Russia or China or North Korea or Iran. But we are divided as a country. One thing that brings us together is our military. I think most people acknowledge and respect the role that our military plays. Another is infrastructure. It's an issue where traditionally Republicans and Democrats have been able to come together and say, we may disagree on taxes and health care and all sorts of other things, but on this issue of having strong infrastructure, we can come together. And again, I think it's because it makes sense economically. Also, it's popular. People know that when they're driving over potholes or getting stuck in traffic jams or not being able to get a product because the ports are backed up, which they are right now. Our ports are inefficient. And therefore, people literally can't get products, they can't get cars, or they can't get an electronic device. That's all part of this. So this is one that ought to bring us together, and it does bring us together. The polling out there shows this, by the way. There's 2 polls in the past few months that both said 87% of the American people want us to work on this infrastructure project on a bipartisan basis and get it done. Those numbers are unbelievable. And it was exactly 87% in both polls, interestingly, even though one was CBS and one was CNBC. But forget the polls for a minute. Just go home and talk to people. They do want to make sure that we're not raising taxes to do this. They don't want to see us helping the economy long-term with infrastructure, but then hurting the economy short-term with higher taxes. And I agree, and we don't do that here. That's what's particularly great about this approach is that we've said we're going to pull out core infrastructure only and we're not going to raise taxes. So we have the funds in here to be able to help with regard to our highways, our bridges, our ports, our waterways, our broadband expansion. But we also have the ability for us to do that in a way that makes sense for all Americans. In Ohio, it's going to help us do something else that's important, and that is help with regard to some of our big infrastructure projects. I'll talk about one tonight briefly, the Brent Spence Bridge. This is in my hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio. It is a critical bridge because it's where I-75 and I-71 come together, and therefore it's a bottleneck. Twice as many cars drive on that bridge every day as it was built for. Twice as many cars drive on that bridge every day, and trucks, as it was built for. It's the reason that there's a traffic jam there during rush hour, but it's also a reason that it's unsafe, because over time, the shoulders have been removed to create another lane, and so if there's an accident on that bridge, there's nowhere to go. We had an accident a few months ago. It was 2 trucks that collided, and we had to close it down for actually several weeks, and it was a mess. And talk about the effect on the economy. I mean, think about this. This is roughly 3 million people in the metropolitan area there with Dayton and Cincinnati on one side, and the other side about 1 million people in northern Kentucky, and suddenly, and you got traffic going all the way north and south from Canada to Mexico through there, all of a sudden you don't have a bridge available because of the safety concerns that led to the accident. So we need a solution with regard to that bridge, and we've been talking about it for years. For 25 years, I've been involved in the effort to try to find the funding to replace this bridge because it needs it. Finally, we'll have the ability to do that. We'll have the ability to help with Kentucky and with Ohio and with the federal government working together with the local community to complete this Brent Spence Bridge Corridor project. Why? Because we're putting unprecedented amount of money into not just bridges, but bridges like this one. Bridges that are major commercial bridges, bridges that are functionally obsolete, which ours has been for years, bridges that desperately need the help. We also have a big aviation industry in Ohio. We support a lot of jobs through aviation. It's our second biggest industry after agriculture in Ohio. There's $25 billion in new spending for airports in here. That's going to help airports build on the momentum that we need right now in Ohio to be able to expand our aerospace industry. On the shores of Lake Erie, on the north coast of Ohio, we will also have some help. Lake Erie supports fishing and tourism industries totaling over $10 billion. Provides drinking water for 10 million people, is the top tourist attraction in our state. But as anyone who has visited the lake will tell you, they've got some serious long-term health challenges with the lake. We have invasive species. We have a problem with toxic algal blooms. We have pollution. We have rising levels of the lake. This bill helps with regard to all of that. With regard to rising levels of the lake, there are communities along the lake that will tell you their water systems don't work because the lake water has risen to the point where the outtake valve, which is next to the intake valve, is actually now underwater, so the system doesn't work well. In fact, the system is incredibly expensive to replace, so this will help with regard to that. As co-chair of the Senate Great Lakes Caucus, I am very pleased to see this investment because it will support the infrastructure investments in communities all along Lake Erie and every one of our Great Lakes. Finally, and crucially, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act before us helps more than 300 Ohio households who lack access to this high-speed internet. That is incredibly important. Our legislation does everything that I've talked about in terms of infrastructure, and that's important. And again, we have the studies out there I talked about, including one from Penn, University of Pennsylvania, Wharton, that has talked about how the economic growth from this study will actually make our economy better, create more jobs, and they say actually over time reduces the deficit based on looking at our study and looking at our proposal, specifically our proposal. So all that's true. The final thing I guess I want to say is it goes beyond infrastructure. It goes to how to get Washington back to a point where Washington is solving problems for the American people. And this bill is not perfect for anybody. No Republican, no Democrat. Why? It's a bipartisan compromise. Again, we started off with a product that President Biden introduced that was $2.65 trillion, a huge package called infrastructure, but most of it was not core infrastructure. It had huge tax increases in it, the highest tax increase it would have been in American history. It would have made our country less competitive, in my view. We said, okay, let's find a group of Democrats and Republicans, and let's agree to pull out the core parts of this, the core infrastructure, and find a way to pay for it without raising those taxes. And that's what we did. And we worked hard to create a product that was fair for everybody. But that means finding that consensus. And that's not easy. We all had to make concessions. But at the end of the day, we've got a product, $550 billion over the next 5 years, which will be spread out, spent over many, many years, that will put America back on top in terms of infrastructure. Put us in a position where for our kids and our grandkids, they're going to have a more productive, more efficient economy, one that produces more, one that has the ability for America to say to the world, look at us again. We're back. We're back. We now have an infrastructure system with our ports and our roads and our bridges, with our water infrastructure, with our broadband, that can be, once again, a model for the rest of the world and help move us forward and ensure that every American has the opportunity to succeed. So that bipartisan process in and of itself, I think, is an accomplishment of this legislation. The underlying bill is what's most important, I suppose, but just being able to show that Republicans and Democrats can come together in this town and get something done that's positive for our country, that in and of itself is an accomplishment. With that, Mr. President, I yield back my time.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.